for the knowledge, for the blessing of grants they have received, so that they seek knowledge for the glory and honor of humanity. Father, seeking grants is a hard challenge. But Father, we would like you to raise the spirit of diligence in our heart so that we continue seeking, we don't despair. Father, we pray that the grants community, the donor community that is supporting various projects in this country, in this university, continue supporting this. Father, give us courage to have diligence so that we continue seeking knowledge. Let us be known to us that knowledge is not locked by you. It is only concealed so that a diligent spirit is in us. Father, we thank you for this day. We pray that all that goes on here is exalted and is of great help to this society. I pray for the entire management. I pray for the director of research. We pray that it grows from strength to strength so that this university will become honorable. Those traveling to this conference from various places, Father, hasten their steps, those who have not arrived. And when the workshop ends, Father, guide them to their homes. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. So I would like to invite Madam Dr. Alice Limo to moderate the session and invite the next presenters. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that session. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so let me take this opportunity. I can see that the camera is not focusing on me well, but it's okay. So allow me to welcome you all to today's conference meeting. This is being our second day. I want to say karibuni sana. We have presenters for this session, and I think I'll be guided. We have Professor Marcela Mwaka of African Population and Health Research Center. We also have Professor Cecil Ouma of Aims and Research and Innovation Center. May I also be guided if we have within this session Professor Simwa of Africa Network and Internationalization of Education. So I take this opportunity to welcome all these senior academicians who have prepared their papers for presentation. And I want to urge all who are present within the University of Eldoret and also all of us who are joining the session online for this very important interactive session. So allow me just to bring all the presenters just to say hi, and then we will have we'll start with Professor Marcela Mwaka. So they can just say hi, and then Professor Marcela Mwaka, I will request that you switch on your camera. Professor.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hello, hello, Prof. Hello, Prof. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Yes, thank you. I am here. Let me put on my camera.
All right.
Good.
Karibu, Professor Simwa. We also have Professor Cecil Ouma.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Greetings to you all.
Greetings. You are audible enough. Thank you very much. So now we can start with, we can now start with Professor Marcela Mwaka. And you have around 15 minutes, Professor, to make your presentation. Then we can open the session for the participants to ask questions and to react to your presentation. Welcome. I'm co-chairing this session with Dr. George Aria. Dr. George Aria, please say something.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon from wherever you are. I will just want to introduce Professor Marcela Mwaka, and we note that Professor Marcela is a PhD holder. He's a leading architect of educational reform and an expert in the strategic intersection of quality assurance and digital pedagogy. Currently, the training program coordinator at the African Population and Health Research Center. She translates academic excellence into real-world impact by leading capacity training initiatives in research and related capacity areas, including implementation research and evidence-based policy. Professor Mwaka possesses a rare dual authority in higher education management, uniquely bridging the gap between regulatory rigor and pedagogical innovation. As the former head of program accreditation at Commission of University Education, she directed the quality benchmarks for university academic programs and the accreditation of open, distance, and e-learning ODEL centers. Complementing the oversight, she served as the chair of National Competency-Based Education Implementation Committee, where she initiated the strategic redesign of university curricula to ensure alignment with national reforms and future-ready industry needs. With a PhD focused on education technology needs in higher education, she has trained university faculty in curriculum development and blended learning. Her career is dedicated to engineering education systems that are not only compliant with rigorous global standards, but are internationally designed for transformative impact. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give me opportunity to welcome Professor Marcela Mwaka for the presentation. Prof, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The team from the University of Eldoret, and thank you very much, Professor Lizzie, for finding it wise to invite me to make a keynote speech during your 11th Interdisciplinary International Conference. It is my great pleasure to make a short presentation in the area of future teaching, digital learning, and curriculum. I don't want to take a lot of time talking about myself and about my experience since the moderator has already talked about me. So just allow me to make a few, I'll make just take a few minutes to present on APHRC so that even as we think about the future teaching, the future curriculum, and digital learning, then we also need to be able to identify opportunities that are available at APHRC. Let me just share my screen. Yeah, if you can see my screen, just let me know.
Yes, we can see,
Yes, we
Professor.
can.
You can see my screen.
Yes.
I would wish to just take a short time so that I don't lose my time. Just allow me to get to the slideshow. Maybe I should just switch off my camera for purposes, but anyway, it's still okay. Let me just see. Yeah, is it quite clear, Alice?
It is clear.
Yes, it is.
It's clear. So I want to talk about APHRC because APHRC presents quite a wide range of experience of opportunities for institutions, both research and academic institutions, and it has a great impact. And I just want to mention that next week we are celebrating our jubilee, our 25 years in research business. We are an institution that is committed to transforming lives in Africa through research, and our mission is anchored on 3 pillars. The first pillar is research, which is evidence irrelevant and policy relevant research. The second pillar is capacity strengthening, and the third pillar is policy engagement. And that is how we translate our vision so that we can transform lives in Africa. Who are we as APHRC? We are African founded and we are African led. We are an international research and policy organization, and we have our headquarters in Nairobi, but we have a regional office in Dakar, Senegal, and we have a strong track record in research, capacity strengthening, and policy advocacy, the 3 pillars that I have mentioned. And I want to mention that next week we are celebrating our Jubilee, and we are celebrating the impact that we have had in this continent. We have tried and tested models of impactful and sustainable capacity strengthening. These capacity strengthening initiatives include training, they include internships, visiting scholar programs, they include mentorship programs. And those of you who have interacted with APHRC through CATA program can attest to the impact that the program and the center has had in Africa. Then we are also very well known for policy outreach and impact, given that we do interact with quite a number of institutions and even government institutions, especially for policy implementation. We do believe in having decisions that impact policy. And when we're talking about decisions that impact policy, we are talking about ensuring that we have evidence-based decision making so that we can think about development of new policies. We can think about changing existing policies. We are talking about operationalizing existing policies and also improving existing policies. And I want to mention here that this should be a challenge to us, that we could be having quite a number of policies and we have not operationalized them. We could be having a number of policies that we have used over time, but they have not been upgraded, they have not been updated to be responsive to the changes in the global world. We also could be having certain policy gaps, and this should be a challenge to us, that even as we think about the future of education and future education, we should be thinking about ensuring that we have relevant policies that can support implementation of relevant education. Then we also believe in program design, implementation, and improvement. And I must say that having served at APHRC for now 1 year, this is my second year, I can attest to the great commitment to ensuring that we have the joint up, we have the blue thinking, we have the system thinking in our program design implementation, so that we can ensure that we can ensure that we are impactful and remain relevant. We also have our commitment to our core values. Our core values are fairness, integrity, respect, and excellence. And this really supports our service delivery. Our budget allocation is one that is one of the areas that we also train on to ensure that institutions learn to allocate resources for evidence-informed decision making. Then I just want to also say that with respect to our three pillars, I talked about research, capacity strengthening, and policy engagement, knowledge translation, advocacy, visibility, short and long-term view to change. I want to mention here that we do support research, and given that universities are known and universally known to exist for three areas, that is research, outreach, teaching, and for innovation, we really do support research and work with institutions, and also make sure that through our capacity strengthening initiatives, we are able to build the individual, the institutional, and research and development ecosystem strengths, so that research can be undertaken, and research can inform many decisions that take place in education. With respect to the policy engagement and communication, we also do believe that for us to be able to have impact, even in our research and our institutions, we need policies, and especially policy support, and even decisions by governments, so that we can have all the support and all the frameworks that can support education. Then in terms of our strategic thrusts, we believe in system thinking approach. We strengthen systems and processes and practices. We also want to deepen evidence-informed decision making in Africa, and these are our key thrusts. And I must say that these have really borne a lot of fruit. In terms of the approaches we use research, evidence, and action, and all these are based on capacity strengthening, so that for research, we make sure that there is adequate capacity for undertaking research. In terms of evidence, because once we undertake research, we have evidence, and this evidence is used, and we ensure that we put in place all strategies to end up with action that is impactful. In terms of our geographic footprint, we have our footprint in so many countries in Africa. Actually, we have projects and networks in over 47 countries at the moment, and we have all these projects and networks that are taken under the three pillars. We also have varied partnership models, and we have partnerships with research institutions in institute and academic institutions. We actually have MOUs, which signify a partnership with universities, and quite a number of universities who could be represented in this conference are partners with us, and we do a lot of activities with them. And then we also have vast networks of partners in research policy and academia. We work closely with the state departments so that we are aware of what's happening in our countries in Africa, and we also are aware of areas that we can chip in. Just want to also mention that APHRC has a staff of over 300 staff members, and out of these, 150 are researchers, and we have PhD holders who are about 199 and above. And then in terms of partnerships, we have over 200 active partnerships. So you know that we don't work alone, we work with other institutions. What are the things we are proud of? There's a lot that we are proud of. We have been identified and we have been said by our partners and all other institutions that we are peerless in the space of research. Peerless, that means, we can, we are in a league of, we are actually in another league. And then we also have an impressive success story. And I think you have already heard that from what I've mentioned, this is really a success story in terms of what we do. Let me also mention that APHRC is GFGP accredited at Platinum tier, which is the highest tier. GFGP is a good financial practice, and you do know that funders will want to be sure that when they give their money to an institution, it's an institution that's going to take good care of the money and make sure that the grants are well managed and they are also impactful. So we have been accredited at Platinum tier, and we have also been able to train institutions in preparation for this. And I want to mention that quite a number of universities in Kenya and other countries are already GFGP accredited. I can mention Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. I can mention Muranga University, Zetech University, and others. These have been GFGP accredited, and this really boosts their credibility in terms of getting funds. And then I also want to mention that we have Virtual Learning Academy that is very instrumental in capacity strengthening. We have quite a number of courses that we offer in our Virtual Learning Academy. We have the self-paced, and probably want to invite you, when you get time, you can spare a few minutes and look at our Virtual Learning Academy, and you may just want to take some of the free courses that we have. They are self-paced, they're interactive, they are bilingual, so that we actually, at the moment, we have English, we have French, and then they are quite accessible. So I would invite you to our website, and then you should be able to see what you can do. So then, I don't know how many minutes I've spent, Alice. I want to go to my main presentation. Alice, how many more minutes do I have? I thought I would just spend 5 minutes to talk about APHRC.
Prof, you can still use the next 10 minutes.
Oh, great. Let me just get my slides for the next presentation. Alice, just confirm to me that my slides were moving.
Not yet moving, Prof, but we can see the slides.
For the previous one, were they moving?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so I want to talk about future-ready teaching curriculum and digital learning. And I hope you can see my slides. If you can see them, just let me know. And also, if they are moving, you also do let me know. Are they moving?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So as we talk about future-ready teaching curriculum and digital learning, we definitely have to ask ourselves very hard questions. And as we ask ourselves the hard questions, we need to be telling ourselves what is it about being future ready? How is the context? What is the crisis that we have to address? And how can we address the crisis? And I want to mention here that we actually thought of, for quite a lot of time, we kept asking ourselves, what are the academic programs of the future? And when you ask yourself about the academic programs of the future, it was really difficult for us to get an answer when I worked at the Commission for University Education and when I was the chair of, no, the head of program accreditation. And definitely, there are quite a number of things that one would have to think about. How you make the academic programs in our learning institutions future ready? You can make them future ready through the teaching, the approaches that you use, the curriculum that you offer, and also how you handle the digital learning. And as I make this presentation, I am conscious of the fact that we are having AI infiltrating our institutions so that you even find that the 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 assignments you give to students is not a true reflection of what the student knows. Times we keep asking ourselves, are we really evaluating the students that we teach in the lecture rooms? So basically, when we're talking about the future teaching curriculum and digital learning, we need to understand the context. And I have put this context in an acronym, BANI, because BANI does explain the context, but the context that the students are operating in and will operate in once they leave the learning institutions. So they find themselves in a context, in a reality that is brittle in a manner that it's fragile, um, and then it is anxious, it's non-linear and incomprehensible. At times you can't really say that this particular person will follow a particular pathway. And even the fact that we are training, we are not so sure that these students finally get absorbed in the world of work. And then it's not linear. It is like it's not just like from point A to B. It's really complex, and then you can't say that you understand it. And every other time you find that you, as the person charged with sharing the knowledge and developing the curricula, implementing it and evaluating it, have a responsibility of ensuring that you do understand what's happening. So this really makes it very imperative that we think about how to handle the teaching, how to handle the curriculum, and also how to handle the digital learning. And for me, in the next few minutes, I should be able to raise these pertinent questions. What is the crisis? Really, we have a great crisis in that we have to make a deliberate shift from the rote memorization that that was a thing of the past. We're thinking about the automated economy, and where we just have to ask ourselves, how then do we help our students and even ourselves navigate through this environment and context? And I also want to mention that At the moment, we are using AI, artificial intelligence, and that is the one that really causes the a lecturer, university don't wonder whether what they are getting is exactly what the student is capable of doing. So we also have to tell ourselves that we have to think about how to use AI as a structural disruptor, not see it as something that should just be brushed aside. And we should also be able to see how it can help the students, while at the same time ensuring that their human cognitive engine remains sound and can reason. So then, when we're thinking about building the skyline of the future, because really it's about the education, the future education of the future, and education for the future. So we need to tell ourselves that we have a responsibility. The fact that the delegates have been in this conference since yesterday, they have a mandate that is quite clear. They have a responsibility, and we have a joint responsibility to make sure that we are just not waiting for the future of work. Why don't we just sit and we are just seated, we are waiting for the future of work? We have to actually design the minds that are going to create the future of work. So as you sit in that lecture hall, as you sit, we interact with the students, as you develop the curriculum, as you plan your teaching and pedagogical approaches, you need to just be asking yourself, how am I going to create the mind that's going to create that future? Then what is the role of technology? I know at times we ask ourselves, really, is technology here for us or is it against us? Or we also ask ourselves, then do we abandon technology and do things the way we did them 20 years ago? And the answer is definitely no. So definitely the technology is there to increase our efficiency. And if we ignore technology, then we also put our efficiency to question. And also, we also think about the humanity. That humanity is very critical. It's the question that we really need to focus on, because we are asking ourselves, what is our ethical rigor? What is are we developing the critical competence that we need? We need to ask ourselves, are we empathetic? Because really, if we don't think about such questions, then we shall be having curricula, we're going to have teaching approaches, we're going to have digital learning being thrown to the back. So then, I already talked about the BANI, the brittle, anxious, nonlinear, and incomprehensive world that our students find themselves in. But I want to say that we have that role in making sure that even ourselves, we are prepared to have these students being helped to navigate that world. So we have the obsolete model, and we also have the shift that we have to undertake. And say the shift that we have to think about is that one of viewing technology as a supplementary tool that is going to increase our efficiency, but at the same time ensuring that we are not going to just encourage students to memorize so that they only recall what we teach. And during our evaluation, and our assessments, we are giving them questions that help them to just recall. So we should be able to steer away from the obsolete model of rote memorization and surface level processing of knowledge. And surface level processing is really reflected in the way we structure our questions. Then I also want to talk about the foundational engine, and I want to say here that it is very important for us to think about having critical competence meeting creative confidence. And so we are thinking about critical thinking. I know that the Universities Act and also the University Standards and Guidelines provide for this very clearly that we need to ensure that in our curricula we have aspects of encouraging critical thinking so that we help we help our students to be able to analyze, to evaluate, and also synthesize knowledge that we share with them. So when we're talking about critical competence, then we also have to think about that kind of approach that is going to help our students to be critical thinkers. Then we now have to also think about the design thinking. The design thinking is about now where we are making sure that our students develop their addition capacities, they develop their cognitive faculties, they develop the capacity to empathize. And so when we're thinking about this, we are also helping them to understand the real world problems. And as they think about the real world problems, then now you see that interaction between the critical thinking, the convergent critical thinking, and the divergent design thinking. And the outcome is the cognitive rigor, which is very critical. So even when you're thinking about AI, we also have to ensure that we are securing the human cognitive engine. They use the AI, and as they use the AI, they are also able to use the AI in an ethical way, in a responsible way, and that the AI does not replace their thinking. So then what is the paradigm shift? The paradigm shift is very critical and it needs to be seen in our teaching, the deep learning pedagogy. And my argument here is that we need to educate, to have our education transitioning from content-driven delivery to reflective, collaborative meaning construction. And I do believe that when we're thinking about reflective, collaborative meaning construction, what should come to our minds is that do we really understand the real world situations, the problems? How can we get an answer to them? And this, of course, should be something that students grow with right from the time they start their university education. And I also want to mention here that when thinking about this, we also have to just put in place certain strategies that can help students to internalize the need to apply whatever they are learning into the real world situations and problems. And let me just ask, when you interact with the students, do you just have content that sounds so theoretical, or do you want to even give them examples that relate to real world problems? Problem solving approach really is very instrumental in ensuring that students can reflect on what you're teaching, so that we do ensure that we can shift from the content driven delivery to a new one that is feature ready. So then we are saying that we are moving from surface processing and we are moving towards deep processing. And what is our goal? We want to ensure that we are creating a robot-proof model of education, and this education is one that should cultivate intellectual, social, and emotional capacity, so that our students are not just moving like robots, they are able to move like people who can relate with the real world and be able to provide solutions instead of waiting for solutions to come their way. Then with respect to the AI frontier, I've already mentioned that AI and basically technology should be seen as helping us to increase efficiency. And we have to think about AI as one that is going to help us gain our administrative efficiency. So definitely you don't want to take a lot of time doing things that would have taken a shorter time. But at the same time, are we also saying that AI does everything for you. Your mind has to be at work so that we see the human hand in whatever AI produces. Then we have the personalized AI, and this is where the differentiation comes in, because like when you use Google, Gemini, let's say you use ChatGPT, let's say you use Notebook LM, you need to be able um, to to see what capacities it has in terms of expanding your thinking. But as I've mentioned, we ought to just be able to tell ourselves that AI is not doing our work. We have to really check what it has done so that we don't relinquish our responsibility. And then we have the agentic AI. This is very important for hyperlearning. And when we're thinking about the agentic AI, we're thinking about um, technology or an approach that engages students in continuous learning and relearning cycle. And also, I want to mention here that let's think about something that is that's not frictionless, because definitely when you have your students engage a lot or with AI, then and they're not thinking, it doesn't help them much. And the so just then this slide actually emphasizes that in that with students or even ourselves, when we engage much on the AI, what is likely to happen is that we should be able to translate that engagement into conceptual mastery or learning, so that you can learn. But what is happening, like this example that I've given you, which is from a Romanian AI education platform, this data showed that during a period of engagement, there was a rise in engagement, but a drop in conceptual mastery. And this is one of the things that we need to guard against. And remember, we have a responsibility to make sure that we guide our students. But I also want to ask here is how have we prepared our students for use of artificial intelligence? You probably have not, in your various institutions, you have not even thought about having certain sessions with your staff, with your students, to talk to them about AI so that they see how it affects them. I know some universities think that the students are the ones who have been affected by use of AI, but I want to say that it does affect all of us. Do we ask ourselves, how are the students going to be able to use AI in a responsible manner? Are they aware of the AI tools that they can use? Because if they don't know, then they may not benefit. Those who know probably may not be using AI in the right way. Then the other thing is that for staff, what opportunities are there? Even for both academic staff and administrative staff, what opportunities are there? Because if you don't really manage that form of change, then you will be able to miss out on a lot with respect to AI. Then I also want to mention something about designing for structured agency. And because we're thinking about AI, we cannot really ban it. It has a lot of opportunities that we can leverage. And so we cannot just passively surrender to algorithmic governance. So we must engineer structured agency. But what is this structured agency? We are creating a condition where human decision making remains intact. So this is very critical. You want to have human decision making remaining intact, but then you also work within the environment where you are able to leverage heavily on AI to be able to get a lot of information, and also get to get information that you can verify. So then how do we implement the structured agency? We can we can implement this by making sure that we are responsible and we are ethical in our approaches. We also make sure that we can reflect judgment and also ensure that we remain uh, uh, we remain ourselves. Our thinking is just exactly what there is. It's not like you whatever you have, whatever, let's say it's a presentation, whatever it's an assignment, whether it's whether it's a even a report that you're generating. Remember that you still have to own it. Make sure that whatever you end up with is explicitly human, and that is, it should be you. And what does that mean? It means that we need to prepare our students, and I think I want to challenge institutions represented here that you need to have moves to ensure that students are well prepared for the use of AI in a responsible manner and also in an ethical manner, and also making sure that their thinking does not get influenced by AI in a negative manner, so that they let AI think for them. Then what does it mean with respect to teaching? For the academic staff, what really means is that if you have to think about future teaching, future curriculum, and also future digital learning, we have to also think about our role changing from that lecturer, that person, the sage on stage, to being the designer, the mentor, and an ethical guide. How does this help? It's going to help us in terms of designing curricula that is future ready, and also ensuring that we become mentors, and mentors in quite a number of ways, including AI use, and also including use of AI, and also including the reflective collaborative thinking that we hope to develop among students. So then ethical guide, even a lot of things that need to be done, especially in the area of research and the ethics. I don't want to overemphasize this, but I also want to mention that the staff, the academic staff, will have to also ensure that they can have a balance between technological knowledge and the 21st century competencies. And so then, what does this mean? It does mean that you have to also make sure that you can upgrade your skills so that you fit into the 21st century teaching. Otherwise, then you will be speaking is it a century behind. So it's just one thing that one has to know. And remember, when we're thinking about digital literacy, you should not just stop there. You need to be able to think about pedagogical innovation, so that you are able to train students in an environment that reflects what they would even want to be able to create once they are out of the university. Then I also want to talk about the seven the future ready 7 gears. These are very important because these reflect the institutional architecture. The learner should be at the center, and we're thinking about the entire of the gears. You have the curriculum, instruction, and assessment, and I think I've quite talked a lot about that. Personalized professional learning, so that you also make sure that you also are able to build your personal competence, professional competences. Robust infrastructure, very important. At times we may not be able to provide the infrastructure, but we also need to be thinking about policies that encouraging students to have their own certain infrastructure, and also get into partnerships to ensure that we can also get the right infrastructure. Some of them are physical, and especially the ones that are not physical, these can be created especially through partnerships. Data privacy, data and privacy is very important. You know that we have a Data Privacy and Protection Act and all that. This is very important, and of course it has certain legal implications, and one has to think about that. Community partnerships, budget and resources. Make sure that your resource allocation reflects what it is that you want to see happen in the future. And then use of time and space. It is important that we can identify what time to use for what. And I just also want to say here that the collaborative leadership is very important. We do not want, yeah, we do not want, sorry, there is some echo. Yeah, we do not want to, we do not want to have the top-down mandate, but think about, I think, yeah, in Kenya we talk about bottom-up. The top-down mandates sometimes are not so successful. Of course, they succeed to certain levels, but a collaboration is very important so that you end up with certain strategies, approaches, and also policies that speak to the different types of stakeholders. And I know I have a very short time. I also want to talk about the assessment mismatch. I know at times we do, we have standardized testing that that encourages a lot of recall, and we don't want to just be able to use recall. We want to be able to ensure that students can apply the knowledge that they have learned. And yeah, I know you have fixed choice questions. Fixed choice questions kind of box the students, but okay, there are times when you can structure them in a way that someone would have to think. But I would challenge that we also have to think about putting in place mechanisms for preparing academic staff for assessment. You can have an entire workshop on assessment so that people really know how to structure questions for future ready assessments. And I've already talked about the rote recall. It's an area that we really need to ensure that we can move away from. We do not want students to just recall what they've learned, but we want them to apply. And then we also have to think about the AI automation, and that AI automation should be one definitely that should have the voice and the mind of the student, and even for the staff, very critical. And then as I come to the end of my my presentation, my call to action is with moving away from the passive posture. And when we talk about, sorry, when we talk about moving away from the passive posture, I am just asking that we think about moving to the active architecture. Where you're waiting, as you know, in the passive posture is where you sit and wait for the future of work to arrive. So how the student faces that future of work is their business, and then what does that really promote the credibility of our institutions of learning? Then also relying on technology as supplementary tool for isolated tasks. When we are just relying on technology, this is supplementary, and we leverage technology so that we can get something better happening. And then we are just being dictated upon. We're being dictated upon. Can't we be innovative enough? Can we mandate ourselves? Can't we mandate our students in a manner that they can have, they can chart an ultimate direction? We and our students can collaboratively chart a direction so that we end up with innovations. We end up with patents. We also have to be the perpetrators and the champions of values. So allow me to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Marcella Mwaka, for that great presentation. I think we have learned a lot from your presentation, and the people within the conference, I want to believe that you have taken note of the areas that the professor has touched on. I listened to you very well, and you talked about the need to architect for a Bani reality. You know, the need to assess in a way that we are moving away from the present, so that we are assessing for the future. And you have talked about active architecture. So this is a very powerful presentation, Professor. It's only that time was not on our side. We gave you very short time. Otherwise, the presentation enough has a lot of insights into the future of education system. You've talked about future ready, which I believe that it is a very compelling phrase. And we know that futures differ across regions. We will not be giving you questions for now, but I will ask people to reserve the questions until we've heard from all the presenters. Then we can be able to ask questions to all the presenters at once, and then we can have an interactive session for between us and all the presenters. So I must say thank you very much, Professor, for this great presentation. For now, I will request Dr. Aria to bring in our next presenter, who is Professor Cecil Ouma. Dr. Aria?
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor, for such a wonderful presentation. We learned a lot from the perspective of humans-centered AI things and application in education. Our next presenter is Professor Cecil Ouma. Professor Cecil is an academic and research manager at the AIMS Research and Innovation Center. He holds a PhD in computational physics and works at the intersections of mathematics, physics, artificial intelligence, and energy systems. His research focuses on leveraging digital twins and data-driven models to accelerate Africa's clean energy transition. At AIMS RIC, Professor Ouma leads a Pan-African doctoral program that applies mathematical modeling, data science, and AI to address systematic challenges in education, technology, and agribusiness. His work is grounded in systems thinking and contributes to the development of innovation ecosystems that are responsive to Africans' unique contexts. By integrating foundational scientific principles with emerging technologies, Professor champions a vision of Africans-led, sustainable, and inclusive innovation. So please allow me to welcome Professor Cecil Ouma. His topic of presentation this morning is about CGG versus systematic inertia when brilliance aligns but systems resist. So, Prof, I think I've pronounced the topic correctly, and we welcome you for your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. George. I hope I'm audible and you are able to see my screen.
Yes, we are.
Okay, so in case I go beyond time, I will request the moderator to just nudge me with one of the emojis so that I can be able to post at the point where I will be. So I will be remiss if I don't also add that I am an alumnus of Chepkoilel campus of Moi University, which is currently the University of Eldoret. I was in the physics department. I left Chepkoilel in 2011, so it is almost 15 years ago. I thought I was going to come back after 3 years, but then one thing led into another, and then here we are. So I want to thank the organizers of this event for calling upon me to come and give this talk. This talk is about something that I'm really passionate about. On top of me being like a researcher, indeed the material science ecosystem, and in many other domains, and with these new technologies that are here, innovation is something that I am starting to take a passion into, and my institutions. We are trying to see ways in which we can be able to accelerate this. So allow me to start from where Professor Marcella left it, especially in the first slide, where Thomas Sankara says, like, it is the madness of the people of yesterday that is giving us the clarity that we have today. And for me, I would like to echo that and add that if we keep doing things the same way we were doing them yesterday, we will never create a better tomorrow. Because as an institution, we believe that we cannot use yesterday's tools to be able to fight the wars of the future. So thank you so much, Aria, for the introduction. And it is good to see you once again. I remember when I was in Chepkoilel, we were students at the same time, though in different years. And we were even participating in a couple of formations, including places whereby we were pronouncing some written text in different tones, like bases and tenors. So it is a pleasure seeing you once again. So the reality that we have now is like we are living in a geopolitical ecosystem whereby we find ourselves as people who don't contribute to the problems that are there. We are the ones who are getting the tough high end of the stick. And as you look at the graphic that I've shown you there, this is William Kamkwamba, somebody from Malawi. There is a movie that has been acted on what he did, which is about the boy who harnessed the wind. I don't know how many of you have watched this movie. But if you look at it, what he did was like he used bicycle parts to be able to create an innovation that was able to use wind energy to pump water. And then there was resilience in agriculture. And then I asked myself, and maybe we need to ask ourselves, how many Williams are outside there? So for me today, my argument is that we have everything that we need. It is just that we need something, the ecosystem, to evolve a little bit so that we can be able to do this. And it didn't start with William. It started almost 20,000 years ago with the discovery, if the archaeologists are correct, where the oldest tool that shows that there was mathematics was found on the African continent. So for us as an institutions, we normally argue that if we invented the math before Europe, why is it that we are always the ones who are lagging behind? Because the fact is there. So it means that our past is not the problem. The problem is the prevailing realities that we have now. Because if you look at the records of Timbuktu, if you look at the heirs of Tanzania, who came up with steel forges, and these are thousands and thousands of years ago, we have to ask ourselves, like, how come that even the patents for this processing of steel and whatever, how come these innovations were patented somewhere else? What can we do, or what is wrong with us? Because we have shown, and it is documented, not even in our libraries, in libraries in the global north, that actually these innovations started. The records are there that shows that these innovations are here. And you look at even the pyramids of Egypt, the way they were doing. If you look at the knots of Morocco and Algeria, they came up with water engineering systems. Yet today we are still adopting technologies and not creating. What is usually the problem that we have? And we see that, for example, in the case of the Ishango bone, if you look at the markings of the bone, we are starting to see like there was a counting system. There was a metric system. We see factorials, the way they used to do factorials with the markings of the bone. And this is the foundation of which the current technology we are hearing, AI, normally runs in. So what is actually the problem? Because it means that all we need is for us to be able to reclaim our heritage, because the truth is that we are the ones in this continent who created the language, which is the language of mathematics, the language of innovations. And then we bring in the people like Newton, Copernicus, and all of these other people who wrote the dictionary, because they are the ones who gave us equations that are giving us problems in our classes. And then now we are now paying to translate, because most of these AI models are not sovereign on the African continent. We are using them. You talk of DeepSeek, you talk of Quen, you talk of OpenAI, you talk of all of these. We are paying to use these tools, yet we are the people who wrote the language. It means that we need to find a way of starting to reclaim a little bit of our heritage. And this is the space whereby the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences comes in, where I am based. So we are normally confused with an Institute of Mathematics, but we are not an Institute of Mathematics. Our institute was founded by a physicist, actually a string theoretical physicist, whom got an award from the Perimeter Institute in Canada, and was based in South African. And when he saw the way there was disproportionality in the way the STEM departments were being populated, he wanted to create a center that can be able to provide a faculty that is going to be capable and even more competent enough in the different African institutions. Because when he looked at it, it was not only South Africa that had the problem, also other nations also had the problem, whereby by then, if you went to majority of the STEM departments, you might find like there was a time there was a lot of foreigners, and there is a time whereby there is just a regurgitation of notes and handouts and something like that. So he wanted to set up a center that was supposed to upskill the faculty then, and this was in 2003. And so our first center was born in South Africa in 2003. After that, we have been able to grow because of the demand. So now we are in Senegal, we are in Ghana, we are in Cameroon, and then now we are also in Rwanda. And in Rwanda, we have it's very unique because we just don't have one center, we have two centers. So the first center is the one that is offering, I need to say that our institution only offers postgraduate training. We don't have any undergraduate training. And our vision is that we believe that it is in the African youth that we can be able to innovate and compete at the cutting edge through mathematical sciences and modeling as the foundation. So we strive always for excellence, and we want to ensure like integrity. But in all of these aspects, we must remain our identity that we are African, and we must have our students should be able to innovate and create scientific thinking and thought and talent within our African ecosystem and our African context. So we celebrated 20 years of existence around 3 years ago. And before that, our slogan then was like, the next Einstein will be African. After the celebration of the 20-year celebration, this time around, our slogan is in African youth, the future of science. Because we believe that as a continent, it is the young people, because they are the workforce of tomorrow that needs to be capacitated to be able to evolve or to metamorphosize into the thinkers that we want in the future. So through this mathematical thinking, we have several academic offerings that we have. The inaugural program was the Structured Master's Program, which is a 9-month intensive program whereby students come into in any of our centers, and then they are trained for 9 months, and then they eventually graduate. And since then, we've had partners within the ecosystems like Google DeepMind, like Meta, my MasterCard Foundation, and they are all coming in to fund these initiatives that we are starting. So all the degree programs that we are offering at the postgraduate level, be it master's or PhD, they are fully funded positions. So every student that we have is always on full scholarship. And the ecosystem we are trying to build or we are trying to create is that we are covering the entire ecosystem from ground to the town. Like after the student, we recruit like very exceptional and the top talent students. And then after recruiting them, we train them well. And then within the ecosystems, we are able to see if they can transition to different paths, be it academia, be it entrepreneurship, be it in whatever domain that they want to grow in. So our footprint on the continent since we started, we have graduated a total of 3,000, almost 3,700 students. If we combine this year's cohort, when they graduate, we will have reached the 4,000 mark. And we normally do trace studies to be able to know where our students end up to and what are they doing. So by the time we were having the 20-year celebration, one thing was eminently clear, that we recruited the best of the best students from different countries on the African continent. But then all of them are seeking opportunities outside the continent, especially when we look at the students who are going on to take PhDs and other offerings. So then now the question around 2019, there were discussions on like, is there a possibility whereby the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences can also start offering degree programs, and we decided to start seeking accreditation from the Higher Education Council of Rwanda, and the process has been ongoing well. But then we looked at when we were doing the needs assessment, we found that there is a very critical gap when it comes to PhD training, especially within the African continent. And the reality is that when you compare Africa, which has like a population of some of the other continents combined, if you look at the number of PhDs per thousand, we are like 40% folded in deficit. And the questions that arise during the time we were doing this needs assessment, was that what is the problem? Because like we have talent, so why is it that we are not translating this talent also into advanced research, especially along the PhD kind of domain? And the needs assessment revealed a couple of things, from supervision capacity to funding to the types of research and something like that. And with that, we were able now to craft a doctoral training program, which is a 36-month program. So it is also a fully funded position. We have received funding from multiple organizations, such as the Gates Foundation, the Lego Fund, the Carnegie Corporation of New York funding. The government of Rwanda has been very, very key supporter of this program. We have Google also supporting, and a lot of other institutions such as IDRC also coming in. So what we tried to do now is to try and recreate these cutting-edge research domains that our students normally rush to go do abroad, because not all of them, if you look at the number of alumni we have, not all of them will have the opportunity to go abroad to do their PhDs. So we decided to re-engineer the PhD program, whereby in as much as we are also supervising the students, within the supervision team, we are also mentoring an early career researcher who has a PhD, such that also this early career researcher can grow or can morph into also a good PhD advisor by the time the student that they are supervising is doing. Because the supervision capacity is actually the major bottleneck, because you might find like a professor can have even 5 to 7 PhD students at the same time. And this is something that sometimes it is not tenable, because if the professor managed to transition even to other institutions, what normally happens to some of the students that are normally left behind. So all our programs are very competitive. Currently, we are recruiting our master's cohort. We find that sometimes when we need a class of like 57, we receive up to 700 applications for only 57. For the PhD, it is actually even tougher, because sometimes we have only 8 PhD positions, but then the number of applications we receive are like around 1,400 applications. So we see that there is, and all of these applications are top cream de la cream kind of talent. So we see there is a gap, and we need like institutions such as also University of Eldoret, to also join us in this endeavor to see how well we can be able even to do joint grant applications that we can be able to use to train the students at all of these other levels. So our PhD program in total has had almost 70 students, with 9 of them already having graduated. 5 are likely going to graduate this year. But one thing we are really focusing on is our women participation in STEM percentages. The participation is still really low, but we have some affirmation programs that we are trying to do to try and build the pipeline, starting straight from high school all the way to PhD level, because like the competition that is out there is real. The moment we have like good female students that are scoring highly in their undergrad, it is not only AIMS that is the only game in town. We also have other Ivy League universities that are competing for them. So for us, we have made it a deliberate effort now to try and go back and refine the pipeline such that now at the point of undergraduate graduation, we have a good pool that we can be able to sample our students from. So we live in an ecosystem whereby as a continent, we are still operating in a deficit, because the first 2 industrial revolutions, we missed them. And the third one, we are almost missing it because we don't have the necessary infrastructure. Our education system was not providing even the right skills. But then as a continent, though we are good in authoring really good documents, I normally refer to Agenda 2063 as the North Star when it comes to how Africa we can grow. And I normally appreciate it that this document was generated before generating AI, because it means that it is people like you and I who sat down to craft this document. And the aspect of this document that is normally debated on from an African political formations or geopolitical formations is normally just the aspect of the free trade and the aspect of cross-border migrations, like people don't want a visa to attend something in another African country. But one critical thing that this document normally brings in is that it talks of Africa from the dimension of a knowledge-based economy, from an innovation-led growth that is powered by the young people of the continent. So it means that it invests prosperity upon the young people. But then we, as a continent, we are normally good at rhetoric without systems, because we will always say we have this office, we have this office, we have this office that does this. But what if we look at this Agenda 2063 not as a dream, not just as aspirations within the pillars that are enshrined within, but as a systems design manual, whereby we use it to craft and come up with solutions and interventions that are going to help us in the coming days, because the projections that are there are grim, and we are seeing the youthful badge that we have in our population is going to be an existential threat when we reach projections that are being made when it comes to 2050. The UNDP is projecting, and also the World Economic Forum has confirmed, that Africa has the fastest growing population of the youth. So how are we looking at this youth? We see what they did in the country with this issue of the Gen Z movement. We see what they can be able to do when we want like the workforce of the future to be a little bit disrupted. And if we are told that by 2050 that a third of the youthful population of the whole world will be residing in Africa, and are we prepared to handle this crisis? The best way to handle this crisis, it's not just to capacitate or educate or give them skills. We also need to spur innovation niches in different domains and in different dimensions that are going to form industries and companies that will end up absorbing this future workforce. Because if we fail to build innovation systems now, our youth will become a very huge problem. The world over currently, no country is able to provide employment for the youth. And we are still not yet at the 20 million mark that is even expected to be in 2050. So what is going to happen in Africa during this period, the time we reach 2050? Before we used to say 2030 was far. Now 2030 is 4 years away. Very soon, even 2050 will be here. If you and I have been granted the grace to be there, what societies are we planning to see? And this is why the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences is coming up with these targeted interventions to see if we can be able to play the drop in the ocean kind of scenario, whereby we have success stories that normally go in. So for us, innovation, we have decided not to make it a soundbite, but we have decided, like, first of all, let us make it a core priority that is enshrined within the different course offerings that we have. And in many instances, when we say innovation, we actually don't know what innovation is. People refer to ideas as innovation. People refer to the inventions as innovation. But then when we were trying to set up incubation hubs within our institution, we decided to learn, to also do a needs assessment and learn from different systems that have been in creating these incubation programs. So we set up an office, and the participants of this office went to Silicon Valley, they went to Korea, they went to Japan, they went to Germany, and also some African countries. Why were we doing all this? It is because we wanted to extract best practices from all the different innovation ideologies that are there and ecosystems that are being created within the different philosophies of different countries, to be able to craft one that can appeal to our students. As I was saying, like, our students are in the domain of mathematical sciences, not just mathematics, but mathematical sciences. So we have our students coming up with algorithms. They are coming up with innovative models, like epidemiological models that can be used for targeted interventions. We find that during COVID, Africa was left to mimicking advices and directives that were coming from the global north. So we have to ask ourselves, is it that we don't have capable scientists and researchers within the continent that could come up with these epidemiological models that actually the global north will copy, rather than us copying what they were trying to do? And having understood the definitions that there is the ideation stage when it comes to innovation, there is the invention stage when it comes to innovation, then it is easy to identify where the innovation can be. So we are trying to look at innovation as a social good. We are trying to look at it from the point of view that it is the microcosm upon which it builds. Every other thing is built on. And we then look at the dimension where the innovation of our students can be able to go in. And we look at the market dimension and the technology dimension. And this is simple to understand if you look at the war between OpenAI and DeepSeek when it came. What OpenAI did, they went into this architectural kind of game-changing innovation, whereby they created a large language model that was able to respond and think, to respond based on the wealth of knowledge that it has, such that when you chatted with it, it was giving you like the answer as if you have a professional in the background. And you find like it took them a lot of billions in investments to do, and a lot of compute time to do it. But then here comes China. What China did, they decided now to use an innovation called distillation. And the distillation is similar to what we are doing in our classrooms today, where you have like a lecturer or a professor who has acquired knowledge in a particular area. And then this professor now, you as a student, when the student comes in, the student is gaining knowledge from the professor. So we find that now, well, that is what actually DeepSeek is. And we find like DeepSeek came and actually radically altered the AI creation space. So those are some of the kind of innovations that we are aspiring for. So this is the background that informs the talk that I had prepared today. So it is syzygy, yeah? That is the pronunciation. Syzygy versus systemic inertia. And from the background that I have made, My thesis is simple. We are saying we have the talent, we have the genius, right? The genius is there. So how can we turn this genius into creators? How do we turn this genius into innovators of industries of tomorrow? And the paradox that I am posing here is like we have something we call like systemic inertia that normally comes into play. So CZG is a phenomenon that normally happens in cosmology whereby all planets align. So I was using it as an oxymoron with innovation, that in order for innovation to spur the creativity and set up these industries of the future, several things need to align. But CCG has one inherent characteristic. It is very rare for CCG to happen, or when astronomers normally say that we are going to observe the alignment of the planets. And one happened a couple of years ago. I don't know how many of you had it. It is normally very rare. So with the innovators that we have even in the room, I am sure it reaches a point whereby there is a lot of frustration that you normally face. And this frustration normally comes with systemic inertia. And systemic inertia, when it comes to innovation, it is the graveyard, because this is what kills innovation. Because we find that institutions are rigid systems because they are crafted around a particular bureaucracy, and then they are allergic to speed. And when I say they are allergic to speed, is that you will find that now, when let's say a tool like AI comes in, it disrupt the teaching order in the universities. Majority of African universities decided to use the AMA approach, whereby they started saying na. And when it comes to trying to bring in AI into the teaching process, it requires several committees, it requires several sessions to be debated, and something like that. If you look at the innovators, for example, the innovation policies that we have, sometimes they are very punitive to the innovator, because when you say like you have like IP, you will hear like X% of the innovation belongs to the university. You as the innovator, you get like maybe 30-something percent. And when we do this now, we find like people now say, after all, I have a job. After all, I have pension. Why should I bother innovating? Because if I start innovating, somebody somewhere sitting in another office is going to hijack the process. So we find that now we don't lack innovation. What we lack are systems that are going to allow us to thrive. Because our argument normally has in like the innovator does not only create the innovation. After inventing, the innovator needs to survive, the innovator needs to navigate this rugged terrain. But I'm not saying that the African Institute of Mathematical Sciences has gotten it right and other universities have gotten it wrong. The reason why for us we decided to do the needs assessment was because we find that majority of innovation hubs have been crafted around the Silicon Valley kind of approach. But then, if you remember from the background I was setting for my talk, I was saying that there was innovation even before Silicon Valley. And those innovation systems were here on Africa. So how can we reclaim that heritage? We cannot have innovators climbing mountains and systems remaining rigid to the point of view whereby when it comes to even revenue sharing, there is a problem. At the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, we believe that we need to do for Africa what Stanford and MIT has done for Silicon Valley and the United States, or also in the global north. We believe that we have abundance of ideas that if they are empowered by institutions with the right incentive, we are able to move an inch into the future. So for us, we have created an office called the Knowledge and Technology Transfer. And here we want to bridge the gap, especially from lab to market, by having systems or ecosystems whereby the students can be able to thrive. Being in the domain of mathematical sciences, Our students come up with innovative models. Some of them come up with algorithms. Some of them, they even code these neural networks in very amazing ways and apply it in agriculture, in medicine, in energy, in climate sciences and stuff. But you see, for them, they were like us the way we were trained. We were trained to do things for fun. The way myself, I love physics and I can argue physics the whole day on the beautiful aspects of physics. Majority of our students also, they are coders, they are machine learning engineers who they just feel good when they see they have solved the problem. But now it is because their background was not innovation. Myself, when I completed my PhD when I was in South Africa, I did a postdoc and I became a research scientist with a project called Hydrogen South. And when I was there, I saw a lot of German inventions being used in the lab. And these inventions were very expensive. And I started asking myself, like, is it that innovation only happens in academia? Is it only engineers that can become innovators? Or what is the problem? So then I decided to enroll in a business school. So I enrolled at this business school to be able to understand the science and the innovation aspect, and also the aspect of making money. Because I believe that as a natural scientist, I shouldn't die poor, or I shouldn't die only with a salary. Is there a way that the knowledge that I put in my thesis, can it translate into a product? And this product goes to the market, and then I receive remuneration in the end of it all. This is the kind of environment we are now trying to create within the African Institute of Mathematical Sciences. And we thank the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program that has come in to inject money into this initiative. And through this, the Knowledge and Technology Transfer Office created an incubator. Our incubator is called Momentum. Yes, I know I am a physicist. I'm not the one who named the incubator. The incubator naming was competitive, and this was the word that we came up with. It is Momentum. And here we want to take the student thesis, the research that they did. We want to see if we can take it to the ideation phase and fine tune it, and maybe create a product from it and then take it to the market. So the KTT office has been there for the past 2 years. We already have projects that have gone into incubation, and we hope that we are going to start seeing fruits of what these students are going to create. So we are a Pan-African institution, so the initiative that we have or the ventures that we have now, we are not limiting ourselves to Rwanda. We have funding whereby we invite competition from students and from faculty also. We have a faculty program also. For innovation, we call it the Catalytic Fellowship, and the first cohort will be joining us at the beginning of next month. So all these things, we are doing it because the population that we have now, which is largely the youth, they don't have the patience that was there in the generations that were there before. And because they are in the gig economy whereby a person does not want to sit in a 9-to-5 kind of job, we are trying to build a system here at our centers of trying to accommodate this generation. Because them being the users and the adopters of technology, they can also be good creators of the technologies and innovations that they want to use. I want to give an example, and it is towards the end of my presentation, on CZG versus systemic inertia. So in South Africa, there was a professor called Professor Vivian Albert, who was doing photovoltaic research. And then she saw that the current solar cells that were there were the efficiency was not good, they were crystalline in nature and all that. So then he decided to create a thin film solar cell. So in his lab, he managed to create he came up with the idea, he nurtured it to the level like of a prototype. And for him, he even patented this innovation in over 100 countries. He even managed to defeat tech giants like Bosch in their courts in Germany. And then now what happened now is this. If you see this story so far the way it is, you will see that it was a world-class invention. The system was there, and then you believe the market was there. And then you see like now here there is a form of CCG, in that everything is aligning because we have the innovator, we have the technology has been validated. Now there is even a prototype. So all is needed is to build what? Is to build the factory. So was the factory built? So his idea hit the valley of death. So there were critical points that are here because innovation does not just end with you making a prototype or coming up with the discovery. Innovation also extends into exploitation of the innovation itself. So the exploitation here, it's like when it comes to marketing, do you have the marketing value chains? When it comes to factories, can you be able to set up the factories? And here is where you find like countries like China beat the rest of the world because for them, they built the factories way before the innovation came. So now when the innovations came, they are able to produce at scale. And even if they are hit with economic tariffs and stuff like that, they are still able to survive. But Professor Albert was not able to survive. That thin film solar manufacturing company is not here on the African continent. But then you find that when it comes to the patent exploitation side, after he defeated Bosch in court, what happened is that they took license of this technology, and now Bosch Solar is the one manufacturing thin film solar cell. So we look at the innovation ecosystem to not just end when it comes to the scientist having the innovation. It needs to end when it comes to revenue sharing. And revenue sharing means that we have joint ventures that can come in and scale the technology. This is where entrepreneurship now comes in. So with our students, with the algorithms and the models they are building, most of them are applying them in health. So we have like a lot of like health tech applications that are coming in, but then the health tech application is there. So how do we recruit the users of this health tech? And then how much are they willing to pay? So when we mapped out our ecosystem, we see that as a continent, we shine when it comes to ideas. We start suffering when it comes to us building like the infrastructure to be able to exploit the idea. And that is why when it comes to deployment, you find like there is no African country that is playing. We have examples in Kenya with the guy who invented M-Pesa and also recently the guy who claims to have invented PesaLink. We find that the idea was there. When it came to development, they went to the telecommunication giant of the day, which was like Safaricom. And then after being there in Safaricom, they forgot that also Safaricom, huge percentages of shares in Safaricom are foreign. So when it comes to deployment, you find that the inventor is not receiving anything on the other side. And then how do we try to sanitize this ecosystem? This is the question that we are currently trying to brainstorm on, because we see that the system is the killer. The market is not the killer. The system is the killer, because if you look at the case of Professor Vivian Albert with his thin film technology that was there, we find that there is still a market for thin film technology, but we don't have the factory here on the continent that could be able to scale up this idea to the point whereby the technology can reach the market. So that is why I'm arguing that the greatest export we have on the continent is actually not just raw materials that is enshrined with lots of geopolitical formation, but we have like frustrated genius in that they believe they cannot thrive here on the continent. They need to leave for them to be able to succeed. So we see there is need for policies. Like when we were saying, like innovators climb mountains, but systems don't climb out of bed. We need to find a way whereby we fund offices that are going to provide good incentives to the innovators, so that innovators have the opportunity to create, to scale up their ideas and set up these industries that is going to provide employment to the young people that are going to come into the future. So in closing, we need to know one thing, that if we do nothing, Africa will only be reduced to producing ideas. And we export the people who created the ideas. We have several stories of even people within the medical field who discovered cures of particular diseases, but inside the countries where they were in, they were villains. And then they walked out, given citizenship of other countries, and then we see them also thriving. So the cost of inaction is great. But one thing we must all agree, we cannot import the future of Africa. So this Africa's future cannot be imported. We have to build it one innovation at a time, one venture at a time, and then one market at a time. Thank you. I yield back to the moderators. I hope I didn't overpass my time too much. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Cecil, and nice seeing you after a decade. I think you're saying the system is the killer. That is very powerful and very interesting to hear that. I think you have talked about pertinence issues, the reality in our situations here, and I think some of us who have tried to go that route, it seems like we went different paths. We are coming to a convergence again. And sometimes you struggle and you want to give up, but you're saying, no, we need to change Africa, and this is what we are doing. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. So I think I know there could be a lot of comments coming in from our colleagues and questions, and possibly they hold their horses a little bit. We get the third speaker. Then after that, we'll hang around there. The questions will come. Maybe you'll respond to them. We thought of telling you to stop, but I think it was too good to say that. So we give you honor and glory for doing that. So the next presenter is another scholar in education, who is Professor Kefa Simwa. Prof is an educational foundation scholar with over 3 decades of university teaching and research experience. His work interrogates the relationship between knowledge, curriculum, and policy in African higher education, drawing on history, philosophy, and critical policy studies. He challenges technocratic approaches to reform, advancing the view that competency must be understood as epistemic capacity, the ability to interpret, judge, and act in complex contexts. He serves as the director of Institutes of Gender, Diversity, and Peace Studies, and an executive secretary for the African Network for Internationalization of Education, where he contributes to continental efforts in higher education transformation and collaboration. His scholarship bridges theory, policy, and practice, and is driven by the central question: what kind of university must we build to educate for thought, judgment, and stewardship? Professor is talking to us about tailoring or rebuilding, reclaiming the idea of the university in Kenya's competency-based era. Prof, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. To begin with, the presenters, Professor Marcella, Professor Cecil Ouma. Each of you has given me a new idea of why the institutions that you are in are doing much better than universities. And if I'll have time towards the tail end of my presentation, I'll speak to that. But I liked Marcella's notion of paradigm shift. We must not be passive posturers, but we should be active architects. That's very, very nice. It's almost becoming like a mnemonic device. Passive, posturer, active. There's a PP and there's an AA somewhere. Then, my brother, Cecil, you have come in with a new concept, a trilemma. Yes? The 3 I's: ideas, institutions, and incentives, right? They never meet. An interesting one. Then you have told us, you said what? CZ? I can't get it very well. I don't know if the people who are who have the slides can share. Then I will be telling them move to the next. Otherwise, I want to thank University of Eldoret for this opportunity. More specifically, my sister, Professor Elizabeth, for this opportunity. I also want to share with you a few of the ideas I have on the topic in question. I don't know whether the IT people, you can bring on board the first 2 slides that introduce Annie before you go to the main presentation. Yes, colleagues, I think, and thank you, George, for your introduction. I think in that introduction, colleagues, you were told that I am the executive secretary of the African Network for Internationalization of Education. And therefore, let me take this opportunity to say at least 1 or 2 things about this organization, that it is a Pan-African higher education non-governmental organization based at Mo University. We are an organization that has been in existence since 2009. The website is indicated, so some of the questions that you may have will be addressed by what you get on the website. But very simply, as you can see, we are an organization that deals with 4 areas on matters of internationalization of education. That is research, advocacy, professional development, particularly for international office practitioners, and then the issue of, the area of networking. I think if you go to the next slide, colleague, please, if you go to the next slide. Yes. In this next slide, I try to say then, and sorry to have been very particular about Kenyan universities, but this applies to many other universities and institutions. I bet this is an international forum. So what I've called there Kenyan universities, you can call it continental universities or global institutions. Why must they engage with us as an organization? We support institutional strategy building or development, particularly, as I said, on matters of internationalization of education. We can assist in issues of peer learning and benchmarking. We also forge research collaboration, and we are able to give a platform for multi-country research projects. We also are involved, as I had said earlier, capacity building, and particularly for international office directors or practitioners and senior management. And of course, we are a platform that will enable you access other global or continental platforms and institutions, among them EU, EUSEA, DAD, British Council, among others. And of course, we can also give you platform for policy, dialogue, and advocacy. So that I don't also take a lot of time, please note, Annie exists. Annie is in Moore University. Annie can do that for you. And may I then conclude that section by saying, under networking and policy advocacy, among other things, this year, just like many years, we always have an annual conference. And I think to a number of you, you may have already seen the call for the 16th annual conference that is going to be at Addis Ababa. Please access that detail so that you are able to prepare at least a paper, and you then share your ideas with the rest of the international community. And maybe now I should have the liberty to welcome both Professor Marcella and my brother Cecil to that platform, so that these ideas must also get visibility on the continental front. And you are most welcome to join us in Addis Ababa in October. Otherwise, thank you so much. I think let's now move into my main presentation, colleagues. Thank you. Or could there be a problem? If there's a problem, I could as well. Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm going to engage that this presentation, and I am tweaking the conference theme a little bit. So I am asking whether we are tailoring or rebuilding. So reclaiming the university as an epistemic institution in Kenya's competency era. To say my area is educational foundations. To be very exact, I work at the intersection of philosophy of education, sociology, comparative education, and history of education. But very simply, this is a field of studies that help educators contextualize educational issues through three perspectives: the normative perspective, the critical perspective, and the interpretive perspective. So you will realize that in educational foundations try to ask, for lack of a better word, what might be considered the most fun, the AI 10 commandments. I don't know if you've come across them. So let's go on. Move to the next slide. Yeah, so colleagues, it's a pleasure to be here and to share my ideas. I think my second slide, yes, I'm starting with a question, colleagues. I'm starting with a question. Are we tailoring higher education for the future, or are we being called to rebuild the university itself? Why am I saying this? The language of tailoring is very attractive because it assumes the university is fundamentally sound and only requires adjustment. But perhaps the pressures of our competency era are revealing something deeper. Questions about knowledge, judgment, institutional purpose, and the role of the university in a democratic African society. So today, I invite us into a conversation. Can we go to the next? Yes, on my next slide, I then pose the argument in 6 moves. I have 6 moves. Let's go to the next slide. Yes, my argument is in 6 moves. Kenya's competency moment, the incomplete university, the logic of tailoring. You've moved fast, go back. Go, please. Now I can see why I should have been around with the slides myself. So in those 6 moves, we begin with situating the current competency moment within Kenya's reform trajectory. Then I move on to reflect on the Kenyan University as an incomplete project. I then move on to explore why tailoring persists institutionally. In the 4th move, I reinterpret competence as epistemic capacity. 5, I propose the idea of the epistemic university. And finally, I return to the conference theme of innovation, inclusion, impact, and industry through this epistemic lens. On my 4th slide, let's move to the next.
Hey, Professor Simwa, could you to reflect kindly?
Challenges. We also have the idea of reto. Public is, but as a country, then we start asking this question. Where are we we started in 63 with the idea of nation building. Education will create more social mobility. Education will create development. We will do research. But even as we do that, what are we inheriting as institutions? Imported canons, examination cultures that are about sieving the best and leaving the rest. But we are also inheriting constraints of underfunding and of interest. We also inherited a constraining pedagogy, a pedagogy of transmission. So when we want to rebuild, what do we want to do? Is it a restoration, or is it a construction under constraint? I looked at the idea of tailoring and said, tailoring is good, yes. But tailoring has a way of bringing in, making things look like we should just adjust. But my thinking is, hey, we need to rebuild and not to tailor. Why? It is easier to talk of tailoring because institutionally, tailoring is manageable. It's very easy to see what is happening and to control, to say, yes, we can align. Yes, people have produced documentation. There's compliance. There's responsiveness. But when you are doing rebuilding, the context can become messy. Why does tailoring persist? And I think we all belong to, work in this space, and we know why it persists. You see, if you look at this slide, tailoring creates the appearance of change while preserving the structure of continuity. I'm reminded of what Professor Ouma presented on the trilemma, that ideas, institutions, and incentives can't be together. But anyway, the idea here is, why does tailoring persist? There is minimal disruption. We are always being told these are requirements that you must adhere to. We are always told the curriculum must have 1, 2, 3. We are being told if you don't do this, you will not be accredited. And because of tailoring, we can also talk of institutional. There's an echo. Where is it coming from? Yes, and in tailoring, there's minimal disruption. So, colleagues, you then find by complying, we can simulate an element of transformation. But try to compare tailoring versus rebuilding. Tailoring will talk of alignment. Can you map what you are doing onto this template and we see whether it fits? Let's look at the documents. Bring us document A, bring us document B, and C. Now, what tailoring brings out, colleagues, is procedural competence. For lack of a better word, you become mechanical, you become ritualistic. But when you think of what transformation requires, I don't think transformation is equal to adaptation. But take note that with tailoring, at the end of it all, we are institutionally manageable. But in rebuilding, and that is where transformation is, that idea of epistemic reconstruction of knowledge, judgment, intellectual agency, societal stewardship are the issues. And this is then the question, what kind of university does Kenya's competency era require? That is where it is in that space that I would want to invite conversation. I am aware at this point in time, there has been talk of we begin to go around finding out what does industry that will take our students require of competencies so that we align. It's a good idea. But go back to what I had mentioned about tailoring. Colleagues, to bring in the issue of the competency education and how we need to understand it differently, I am giving this example of what the Kenya National Qualifications Authority descriptors give, and on the other side, what is expected at the institutional level in terms of implementation. Oftentimes, if you look at the level descriptors, they are talking of complexity. And I'm hoping colleagues have had an opportunity to look at those descriptors. And I invite you to look at what is said of level 7 through to 10. Level 7 is bachelor's, level 8 is postgraduate diploma, and level 10 is PhD. What competencies, what skills, what knowledge, what disposition is given at those levels? But at the end of it all, colleagues, we are talking of complexity, autonomy, judgment, knowledge integration, responsibility. In other words, if you think through these competencies by the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, they are actually giving us the area. But what we have so far encountered is what somebody would call checklists, outcomes mapping, performative assessment, compliance documentation. You have even had sometimes that idea of almost everyone being told adhere to a certain template. So that what eventually seems to happen is almost like procedural narrowing down of what we do. I dare say, colleagues, that the contradiction here lies not only in policy, but in implementation. On this slide, I am inviting us to think of competence as a epistemic capacity. And here I'm saying competency is the capacity to mobilize knowledge, to exercise rigorous judgment, to act responsibly in complex and unpredictable contexts. Here there will be knowledge, here there is judgment, here there is responsibility. And of interest, I'm saying not the knowledge that will be stored, mobilized knowledge. Judgment that is rigorous, contextual, disciplined by one's area of specialization. And responsibility, which almost again speaks to what we were told earlier about the third, community outreach, ethical action in uncertainty. Yes. Ideally, and this is what is coming through, so far, competence is being looked as performative competence. I don't know whether, colleagues, you have encountered this. The idea of task execution, observable outputs, skill demonstration, very focused, narrow assessment. But if we think of it as epistemic capacity, it will be about knowledge mobilization. It will be about interpretation, critical judgment, ethical action. So that, I dare say, if we think of it deeply in terms of epistemic capacity, competency is beyond what is merely observable. But so far, almost most talk has been about what can be observed. So on this slide, I am daring us to try to conceptualize the epistemic environment. It is a space of intellectual formation. And you can see in this illustration, the epistemic university has inquiry, has knowledge, has judgment, has critique, has public responsibility. Now let's think about what we do, what we teach, and the kind of engagement that this would require. If you listened to the kind of presentation that our brother gave, Cecil, it almost bordered on something of this sort. Although I must confess, Ouma, when I first heard of mathematical sciences, I was expecting a lot of formulas in your presentation. Yes, on this other slide, I'm asking us to think about the role of the teacher in that epistemic institution or university. I know you have, even for those of us who have any dealings with CBE at the senior school now, you would hear of teachers now referring to themselves as grade moderator, facilitator. But hey, we are saying in the epistemic institution, The teacher, the lecturer, the professor is the intellectual guide, not the activity manager, not the outcome monitor or content deliverer. The teacher must now become a guide into ways of knowing. I'm almost ending, colleagues. I go back to our theme, where we are talking of the themes of innovation, inclusion, impact, and industry. But in this space now, interpreted in the lens I'm suggesting. Let us think of innovation as epistemic innovation, the new ways of knowing. And I think my two colleagues who presented earlier have already alluded to this. Let us also think of inclusion in a new way, epistemic inclusion. And here we are interrogating things like whose knowledge counts. Is it our local knowledge that counts? Or is it some other knowledge? And of course, impact, I'm looking at impact in that sense of societal transformation and public reasoning, knowledge participation, and with the industry, we need to think of now knowledge partnership, but and not subordination. You have heard sometimes what people say, that linking to industry is doing what industry wants. Hey, what if you do what industry wants and that industry collapses tomorrow? So, colleagues, in my view, the epistemic university reframes, but does not discard the conference mandate. And I think my two other presenters, colleagues, have already shown that direction. I have only said it in a different way. But of course, I must appreciate that even as we say this, we are in a very precarious position. There are large classes. There is underfunding. Sometimes you have so much work until you don't know if at all you exist. Again, regulatory pressures. But I'm still insisting that rebuilding must be institutionally honest and not romantically declared. Conditions for epistemic reconstruction, colleagues, faculty formation. I don't know how I could say this more loudly. Faculty formation, sustained pedagogical development, so that in whatever we teach and how we teach, we are fronting epistemic reasoning as practice. Of course, assessment reforms will come, and Professor Marcella raised issues on this. I don't want to belabor the point, but the idea is, under that reform assessment, we need, or assessment reform, we need to focus on deeper demonstrations of understanding. Can we assess to see that the learners are demonstrating depth of understanding? Yes, and even for the regulators, they should focus on accreditation for epistemic depth. Yes, and I think the caption there is critical, Reconstruction begins not with policy, but with institutional will. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenge before us is not merely how to tailor the university, but whether we are prepared to rethink it as an epistemic institution. I want to thank each one of you for listening. I take the floor back to either Dr. George or my sister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Simwa, for that great presentation. I think we have learned a lot, and I must confess that time is not on our side. So you will allow me just to ask 3 questions, one to each of the presenters. Then I will invite George Aria. Then we open up the floor for other members. So the first question goes to Professor Mwaka. You talked about future ready. And you know, future ready is such a compelling phrase, but futures differ across regions. So how do we design a curriculum with digitization in mind that is future ready for example, an African student in Eldoret, another one is in Juba, another one is in Lodwar, another one is in Nairobi, without widening existing inequalities? Then my question to Professor Ouma, if a young African researcher finds self in a rare moment of CZG, surrounded by peers who are very, very brilliant and with very compelling ideas, and there is this institutional support, what is the single most important thing they must do to prevent systemic inertia from swallowing that moment? And finally, my question to Professor Simwa. The last time I interacted with Annie is in 2016 when we met in Accra. And I realized that there was need for universities to collaborate, not just the universities in the north, but there was also need for global south collaborations. So given that internationalization agendas, as discussed by Annie and other networks, have tended to push African universities towards global rankings and northern partnership, is the epistemic university a counter narrative to internationalization, or what can the or can the two be reconciled? How do we internationalize without further epistemic marginalization? I will request that you respond so that I invite my colleague Aria, then we can move on. Starting with Professor Mwaka, then Professor Ouma, then finally Professor Simwa. Professor Marcela? Prof?
I think Prof had written that she was stepping out shortly, so maybe Cecil can come in then.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that question. So in that moment whereby there is CZG, how do we ensure that systemic inertia doesn't come in to take the CZG moment into the valley of death? So from our needs assessment, what we came and discovered is that wherever there is a moment of CZG, the first thing is that the inventor must know their rights, or the creator must know their rights. So there is a way in which we can be able to teach them like innovation hygiene or patent hygiene, to be able to even prevent issues of like even patent leakage and something like that. So it is important, first of all, for the inventor to be protected. And the inventor is protected by the inventor being informed of like the innovation ecosystem, like what they need to do, the legal framework they need to comply with, because once they have been compliant with the legal framework, then it is easy for them also, like what Vivian Albert did, to even like take some of these institutions to court and possibly even win. But then when it comes to the systemic inertia part, I believe that the key word that needs to come into fray is normally something like what we call like revenue sharing. The reason why I say there is revenue sharing, it's because everybody wants a skin in the game. And when an innovation is so good, we normally say success has very few mothers, but very many fathers. So we will find like a situation whereby everybody coming in because they want a piece of the pie. So if we try to make the pie sharing transparent, open, and let me say open enough, then we can find and a situation whereby even systems themselves, they are able to draw benefits from the innovation, and also the innovators or the inventors also can be able to draw benefits from the organization. So one of them is revenue sharing, and then number two is agreement. Like both the system and the inventor must know what they are signing. So it is important to understand the agreement or the documentation that you are signing. Because usually when it comes to aspects of mediation, from our experience, it normally reduces to what did you sign up for at the beginning. In many institutions, you find that out of mimicking what is being used in other universities, or maybe directives that we get from regulatory bodies, we are not innovative enough to be able, like, let's say, to redesign an agreement or to modify the agreement to suit the inventor. So in order for us to avoid systemic inertia, it means that we need to be agile and ambidextrous when it comes to the way we are handling innovations. Because you see, innovations are different. A company like Google, they are selling an algorithm and they are making billions. But then you will find that a company like Tesla, they are selling cars to make profit. All of these are innovations, but it depends with how well they craft the agreements that are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Professor Ouma. Professor Simwa?
Yes, thank you. An interesting question, epistemic marginalization. Remember, I brought in the issue of epistemic inclusion, whose knowledge counts. And I want us to engage this now from a knowledge for use, perspective. And we are asking ourselves, is it really true that what is offered in our universities is not for use here? Is it true that the physics we teach here is not for use here? Is it true? So that sometimes I think there could be some elements of just fearing that this fellow you are collaborating with from the north is out to take what is yours. What we have decided in the space of internationalization today, we are now talking of internationalization ecosystems. Ecosystem that then talks of partnership. You know, an ecosystem, for an ecosystem to survive, there is no part that can overuse the other. There must be a balance so that an equilibrium is, right? Yeah, so that is what we are doing in that space. And today, we are even thinking of South-South collaborations. Situations where we are even saying, let the Northerners come to us to learn how we do our things. What I can only say here is, because education is also political, what we now need to do more is to then have platforms that allow politicians, the political class, to really buy into the kind of arrangements we are making. And I think in the region, we're already seeing a bit of that. Look at what the East African community is doing now. People are able to move to go to schools around and about, and it becomes a region. You are even aware, if you look at Agenda 2063 and even what it's trying to say, if only we could start using the monies, the resources we get from our minerals to foster South-South collaborations, do you realize we might not even need any of those donations coming from elsewhere? So really, I think it's all about us making a passionate and committed plea to go into the direction of what we want, and the rest of the people will see the points that we are emphasizing, and they will follow us. I hope I have responded to just a section of what you asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Simwa. Indeed, you have responded, and
Yes.
not for responding, but I want to bring in Dr. Aria. The Epistemic University asks us to take the indigenous and community knowledge seriously, but whose authority decides when community knowledge is sufficiently rigorous to enter the university? Is that gatekeeping function itself an epistemic contradiction? That is just food for thought because of time. Allow me just now to bring in Dr. Aria to ask these questions, and then we open the floor for more other questions to come in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Alice, my co-moderator. I think we have learned a lot, and maybe one or two, if you don't get everything from our keynote speakers, you must have gotten one simple thing to take home. And I think one that I've taken home is that if we do nothing, Africa will produce ideas and export the people who created them. That is a very powerful statement. So my questions go straight to Professor Cecile. They are very straightforward questions. Number one is, what are the commercialization pathways that your university have currently? How do you move these innovations from the valley of death to the light? Number two, what is the percentage incentives for your innovators versus your institution? What's the model like? Question number three, what is Rwanda policy like, or your institutional policy like, on issues to do with procurement policy and processes in your enterprise creation at your Momentum Innovation Hub? How do you balance? Are you a government institutions? Are you private? And how do you balance procurement issues and processes? Then number four, I think, how do you embed innovation learning in your PhD or master's programs? Is it something you do it at thesis level as action research, or it is something you embedded in the course, or you get it from elsewhere, say Momentum Incubation Hub? Then the parting one, the final one, is about how do you sustain the Momentum Incubation Center? Is it donor-driven, or you have enterprises that sustain your operations? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for those questions. Some of them are easy, some of them are hard. So let me start with the easier one. So the easier one is the aspect of embedding innovation within the doctoral training program or within the master's degree program. So this one is done on two fronts. Like for us, the way we normally recruit our PhD student, it is a little bit different from conventional universities, whereby the student will apply for a PhD in a university, and then the application will be screened, and then maybe a supervisor assigned, or maybe the student will come and then identify this the supervisor when they reach the department, and then they start discussing on the topic that they can be able to do research on and something like that. So for us, the way we normally recruit our PhD students, because we are saying it is a 36-month program, so it means that we have to do most of the legwork before the student comes in residence. So what we do, first of all, we start with a call for PhD topics. Anybody from whichever part of the world can propose a PhD topic that a student needs to work in. And then when the topics are submitted, like now we're about to open a topic submission phase, then after the topics have been submitted, the topics are screened based on the grant conditions. And then if we need 8 places, then we will shortlist at least 32 topics. And then these 32 topics are the ones that are now again advertised online with a call for students to apply to work on particular topics. So when we are screening most of these topics, because we are saying we need to address an African problem, we are not saying that it is bad if somebody has an ambition of addressing a problem for Moon or for Mars rover. But we are saying, like, at the moment within the continent, we have too many problems or too many challenges that at least our students cannot miss an opportunity to work on an African problem. So it is at this place that we normally embed, because we bring in the KTT office to be able to assist us with pinning down the topics. And the reason why we do this is because we want to ensure that when the student comes within the 36 months, we can have like tailored courses or maybe tailored sprints when it comes to how we can be able to take the research project towards the innovation dimension. One thing that I forgot to mention was that in our PhD accreditation, we are proposing graduation using 3 formats. The first format is through a monograph, which is a thesis. The second one is through publication. And the third one, it is through inventions, patents, and licenses. And when we were doing, again, our needs assessment, we discovered that in Tanzania, we have Nelson Mandela Institute of Science and Technology that are also implementing that approach of graduation by patents. And then mostly it is universities in China also that have already started piloting this aspect, whereby you can graduate with a PhD by patent. So for us, we normally embed the innovation aspect, or we bring in the innovation dimension from the very instance whereby we do that, the PhD research selection. That is where we embed it for the PhD students. For the master's students, what we normally do, because our program is 9 months intensive program, so after they have submitted their thesis, we normally screen. The KTT office normally screens for potential projects that came out from each center. And then these are the projects that we come and we take it now to momentum for us to be able to fine-tune the idea. And then the other question that I want to go to is on the incentivization percentages. So this is whereby for us, we have come up with the revenue sharing agreements when it comes to the innovations that come to momentum. And here what we normally do, as I said, it is on a case-by-case basis. Because somebody can come to the incubator with background IP or background knowledge. So when we go into revenue sharing mode, we say it's like, okay, what are you gaining from the incubator? And what is the investment we are trying to do at the incubation? For us, we have tried to distinguish between two things, like patent ownership and patent exploitation. And normally there is this misnomer that if you own 100% of your patent as your innovator, is whereby you are going to be able to make the money. But that is not essentially the case. The money comes when the patent is being exploited, when people are taking licenses of your technology or people are taking your idea into the market. So depending on the number of users or the number of people who are using your technology, that is how you are gaining revenue. So in that instance now, what role did momentum play? If momentum connected you to the market, or momentum has access to X amount of consumers of your technology, and then these people come in. So you can own the IP 100%, but when it comes to now the revenue sharing, now we come up with a revenue sharing formula for exploitation. So that is how we normally do. But then we have like people also who will say, like, because patent to maintain it, you also need to pay fees. So they will say, we don't have fees to pay for the patent. And then they will say, okay, EMS, you can come in now and maintain the patent for me. But then any revenue that is generated, again, we are sharing using these percentages. So that is how we are doing the percentages of incentivization. When we come to the aspect of like the way when our students generate, like let's say AI for examination, especially for national examinations, these ones will go to country. Like when we are talking of commercialization pathways now. So the commercialization pathways depend on the clientele or the market that you want to service. So for example, let's say somebody at the Ministry of Education in charge of setting national examinations sees that there is need for an innovation whereby the exams can be set using AI or the exams can be generated using AI so that you don't need to bring any teachers in one room to mark, which is there is a huge economic footprint to it. So now, let's say somebody from Kenya, they call them, I think it's still NEC, I hope it is still NEC. Somebody says like NEC want to adopt this thing. So they bring the problem to the incubator. And then in the incubation, we come up with a solution, for example. So if that person is working for the government, it means that the Kenyan government will have a right of use of the software. But then if Tanzania and Uganda want to use the same software, it means that for them, they will have to purchase licenses for that. So if they are purchasing licensing for that, then we will have to have an agreement with the innovator or the student who created or the startup in the incubator that came up with these solutions now. So then we share the revenue when it comes to licenses because, like, let's say, EMS now we are in Rwanda, we are in Ghana, we are in Cameroon and stuff like that, and also we are coming in Kenya, by the way, very soon. So if EMS is in these countries and EMS wants to sell the software, there has to be an agreement on how we are going to do it. So with the commercialization pathways, first of all, we normally look for the market, like who in the market is going to consume this product. And you find like in some domains, it is cutthroat. Like for example, now when we talk AI and health, we see it is a very cutthroat business whereby you'll find like some solutions, it is the government that can absorb. In some solutions, it is the private sector that can be able to afford. So what we do is like within the ecosystem at the incubator, we normally do industry-led, like or industry pool kind of projects or industry push kind of projects, such that now we can be able to identify the customer beforehand. And then these are the people who when they start uptaking the products that we have, then we can be able to generate revenue. So we have a person within the KTT office whose work is actually to hunt for markets or to hunt for industry problems that we can bring, we can tailor to some of the projects that our students have been able to do, so that we can have a product at the end of it all. And then when it comes to sustainability also goes back to revenue sharing. Because the incubator, first of all, when it starts, we put seed fund into it. And then we want to ensure that at least if we have a cohort of 5, 3 of them, their startups go out to the market. And then they start commercializing the products that they have. And then through the revenue sharing, we know there will be a percentage that goes back to the incubator. And then there is the percentage that goes back to pay the staff at the incubator. And then there is the percentage that goes to the startup and the creators of the domain. So that is the model that we have tried. We are adopting, whereby we provide every startup with seed funding, but then we are sure that this innovation, somehow we know the user, we have the user in mind, and the user is involved in the process of designing these solutions. So the challenges we have faced when it comes to sustainability is that sometimes when you have a startup of 4 people, then it reaches a time whereby the 4 people splinter into 2 groups, and then the 2 groups also splinter into other groups. That one is something that we are still trying to find ways in which we can be able to do. So when it comes to policy on the procurement, I think this one also ties into commercialization pathways and the adopters of the solution. So within the ecosystem, the innovation, the ecosystem of Rwanda, the innovation domain, it is still very vibrant and very fertile. And there is a lot of incentive towards the startups that are coming up, especially from the tech perspective. And the major consumer of most of the innovations that are coming in, especially from a technology dimension, is usually the government. But then we are starting to see lots of organizations also coming in, like the banking sector that is there. So when it comes to procuring a technology or procuring a solution, so we are normally governed based on the institutions that are interested in the technology. So then I think I have responded to all of them, George.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very well put. Yeah, thank you very much. We can open the questions. Time is not on our side though, but it will be unfair to not give the audience to ask questions, because they have been here listening for a long period of time. So anybody, maybe you raise up your hand. But there is also a question from Professor Kefa, Professor Kefa, I think, yeah, from Professor Mwakali, that my question goes to Professor Simwa. What is your take on preservation of African epistemic knowledge during this digital era, given that power is concentrated in global big tech platforms that control data flows and content visibility? So Prof, just have that in mind. Maybe we have got 2, 3 more questions so that we can combine them together if there are any. I don't know, I'm not seeing hands up in the system. If you are not able to do that, possibly you just unmute and speak. So silence seems to mean that everybody is contented. I think maybe Prof, briefly, within 1 minute, respond to Professor Mokali's question, then we take back the program to the Secretariat so that they give a direction.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Daktari. That is an interesting question. Interesting in the sense that yes, we have to be alert to the fact that the world has become so commercial, And therefore, people and in business, unfortunately, people always take advantage of others. If we listened to Professor Uma very well, Cecil, he has actually given us one of the ways out of this situation. As African academics, as indigenous knowledge owners, you know, even in law, they say ignorance has never been defense. By the way, if you are in the Kenyan space, it is of interest to note the Constitution abhors, for lack of a better word, the Constitution abhors ignorance. In other words, those of us who have access to this kind of information, or those of us who know people who have this information and they can easily be gullible to these global techs, this is the time to say, no, get to these people, and there's a way in which that information can be appropriated and secured so that by the time they are even engaging the big techs, there is that element of license, there's that element of buying the license, or those rights are safeguarded. Otherwise, it is actually true. We have already seen what is happening, not even just with knowledge of that kind, indigenous knowledge, but you've seen even the idea of music, the idea of what can I say? You know, most of these things that are initially, I know of this Japanese lady who plays nyatiti and speaks the Luo, and now people pay her more money than the fellows we meet on the streets. So the idea is it's high time, for example, for those of us who are knowledgeable to be our brothers and sisters keepers, so that exploitation of indigenous knowledge, it should not just go for free by people who seem to have already. And we are also in that space of data protection and among other things. I think those are the things that we need to all be alert. Maybe your question, Mwalimu, I didn't get the name of the colleague who asked, but it's high time for us to begin to ask as academics, what are we doing as epistemic institutions to secure what is indigenous, so that it doesn't just go out there for free, then it comes back in packages that we pay for dearly. Thank you so much. I see my brother Cecil's hand is up. Back to you, George.
Thank you very much, Prof. Cecil, a minute.
Yes. Yes, I just wanted to add a little bit also on that issue of indigenous knowledge and the tech wars, or the tech world that we are in. And we should know, for example, when we talk of things like ChatGPT and we talk of DeepSeek and all of these other things, it is a technology that is based on something we call a large language model. And because it is a model, it has to be trained on data. So we are seeing there is a lot of exclusion on the African continent when it comes to how much of our data is used to train this model. And within AIMS, what we are trying to do now is we have gone into this notion of sovereign AI systems, whereby we want to capture this indigenous knowledge and build models also around it, because we need to see culture as a unit of analysis of knowledge transmission, because it is cultures that made us who we are. It is cultures that defines who we are. So we have a lot of initiatives also that is going on at AIMS when it comes to building sovereign AI systems or AI tools that can be able to appeal to our culture, that can be able to appeal to our religions as well and our religious beliefs. Because you see, we had a presentation recently when we were asking the question, will AI colonize the church? Because when we have a Bible in form of a GPT, then will preachers now be creating someone's anymore, or will they be relying on these technologies? So in September, we are also running a virtual hackathon between AIMS and the African Materials Research Society on how we can help our scientists leverage the power of large language models, that we will be creating these models using our own students in graduate schools. So University of Eldoret is also watch out. If you want to participate, we will gladly welcome you for that session. Other than that, thank you, organizers, for giving me the opportunity to share what I have shared today. And I thank you all for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor. Thank you also very much for the organizers for giving us the privilege to moderate this session. At this juncture, we take back the mic back to the Secretariat so that they can give the direction on the next guest speaker of the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, George, for moderating that session. You can hear me? Hello? Okay, fine. I want to take this opportunity to bring us the next presenter, who is a seasoned professor. And he's going to present to us Strengthening Global Visibility at the University of Eldoret, network leveraging using the University of Eldoret UNEVOC Center. Now, ladies and gentlemen, both virtual and the ones who are physical here, Professor Simiyu is a professor of education in technology education. He has brought and successfully supervised postgraduate students for over the past 30 years. He has attended national and international conferences on equal strength and presented and published numerous papers in peer-reviewed journals. He is the coordinator of the University of Eldoret UNEVOC Center and a peer reviewer for the Commission for University Education, that is CUE. He is a member of the Environmental Institute of Kenya and a lead expert of environment impact assessment stroke environmental audit. And Professor Simiyu is also a mentor to many postgraduate students and even to staff. I want to take this opportunity to welcome him on the floor so that he could take us through this very, it's a mind-blowing title, and let's learn a lot from him. So ladies and gentlemen, coming on the floor is Professor Simiyu. Welcome, Prof. Welcome and take the floor.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And distinguished guests, scholars, researchers, innovators, all protocols observed. I think my lecture is kind of going to juggle all the presenters and everybody attending this conference, international conference, the 11th one at University of Eldoret. I say so because when you look at the presenters and the way the program has been moving, it's like this comes in as crucial, almost like a commercial, yet very crucial, because we have been on one side of the continuum, and now it's just a juggle to make sure that you also see the other part of the world, or the other part of the pie chart. Now, if you look at the title here, Strengthening Global Visibility at University of Eldoret, Network Leveraging using the University Univoc Center. When I'm to look at this, the easiest way for us to be together or to bring you to speed is by looking at the definition of key terms that I'll be using, because the moment you don't get these terms correct, you will float in this. So I want to warn you in advance that we understand these terminologies, and from there we'll move together. One of them is Univoc. Okay? Univoc is a combination of UNESCO and vocational. So when you hear me talk about Univoc, you don't float, but just take it that it is a combination of UNESCO. And we know what UNESCO is, and I'm going to talk about it slightly. Then there is technical and vocational education and training. Maybe you can. Now, educational programs. These are educational programs designed to provide practical skills, as we know them, knowledge and attitudes for specific trades or occupation. Skills directly apply to workplace requirements. And it focuses on hands-on skills. And also it prepares learners or trainees or students for employment in sectors of industry, various sectors of industry. Next slide, please. Leveraging, which has been used in the title of the topic, we are saying here is a strategic process of utilizing the existing strengths, resources already in place. So these are low-lying fruits, if you like, and networks to maximize outcomes, growth, or efficiency, often yielding greater results with less effort. Okay, and it also involves identifying, acting upon, and scaling both small and large opportunities to create a competitive advantage, increase value, and drive innovation rather than just passively observing them. We know what UNESCO is all about, but just to joggle our minds again, this is a specialized UN agency founded 1945 and is headquartered, of course, in Paris, aiming to build peace through international cooperation in education, science, culture, and communication. We know very well that it also promotes sustainable development, which has been in the picture for us worldwide. It also protects heritage sites, which are distributed globally, and advances human rights and sets global standards. UNESCO chair, because I'll mention it in my presentation, which I'm urging that universities and high institutions of learning should look at this keenly and see the benefits of it. This is a team led by a higher educational research institution that partners with the UNESCO, as we have seen it, on a particular project to advance knowledge and practice in an area. So this program was conceived by the United Nations Education by UNESCO, if I can make it short, as a way to advance research. There's also this term, Univoc network. Now you know when I talk of Univoc, you know what it is. This is the Univoc network, which is UNESCO's global network of TVET. I think I talked about TVET there. TVET institutions called Univoc centers. Now, through the international collaboration, this is how they came to be, a knowledge exchange. Univoc network members enhance the quality of TVET, teaching and learning opportunities. And the Univoc network, because it's worldwide, globally, has active members that have in their constituencies across access to expertise and experience, and that are able and willing to share it with others. So it's like the knowledge you have is should be shared. You don't own knowledge and don't share. It won't help. Univoc centers are actively engaged in sharing knowledge, as I've already said, with the Univoc network which is global. And these members embrace and emphasize a spirit of cooperation and mutual assistance. So they work together as a collective with support of UNESCO Univoc to achieve the network mission. Centers, where are they located? There are centers located at the national ministries of education in each member country. In Kenya, one exists at the Ministry of Education, primarily responsible for national policies. We know what the Ministry of Education in Kenya does, of course, in any other country. And then it's also, they are also located in national bodies dedicated to TVET development, such as national TVET authorities. We have one in Kenya, which is called TVETA. Also in the national commissions for UNESCO. In Kenya, we have one. And of course, worldwide, because in every country where UN operates and where the Univoc centers are, we have that one. We have Kenya National Commission for UNESCO in the headquarters, in the city, in the capital. We also have them in the at the same level, there are also national TVET boards working with governments for national policy dialogue. For example, I think I said TVETA in Kenya. We also have them in the universities, research or teacher training institutes. And for that case, that's where we belong because of the center at University of Eldoret. So that falls under that category. But we also have them in the teaching and training institutions at post-secondary levels, whose main purpose is to provide TVET teaching and training in Kenya. Like we have the close one to University of Eldoret, RVTI, Rift Valley Technical Training Institute, and many TVET institutions in Kenya. So what is the Univoc network? Again, this is an international hub of the network that manages, coordinates, and provides tools and instruments to facilitate knowledge sharing across the network. And this is, the International Center is located in Bonn, Germany. I'll keep repeating that for a while. We also have cluster coordinating centers, as I want to define what it is. Cluster coordinating centers, these are regional now, and sub-regional hubs that stimulate the networking and improve the mutual flow of information between Univoc centers, which I've already said, in the region or the cluster and UNESCO Univoc. UNESCO Univoc is the one in Bonn, the international center in Bonn that coordinates all these other centers. So the coordinator of UOE Univoc Center was also one time a coordinator for East and Central Africa for that duration. And the work of the cluster is to coordinate all the concerns of the centers of the region and share with the International Center in Bonn and recommend the upcoming centers to the International Center, among others. I think that's the Univoc, the UNESCO Univoc International Center. This is located on River Rhine in Bonn, Germany. Next slide. So the origins of the Univoc Center, I think I don't want to read through, but it arose from a conference which recommended establishing an international center for research and development in TVET, and so on and so on. Now, the last bullet there, in 1999, UNESCO member states passed a resolution to create a permanent structure to coordinate the network, and that's how it came to be. A host country agreement with Germany was signed in that year, and that was when the UNESCO Univoc International Center was inaugurated at the United Nations in Bonn campus in that particular year. And the last bullet there, because it's talking about the International Center, is actually to ensure all learners acquire knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development. I think what you are saying here is the mission of the UNESCO Univoc Center. Of course, it is ensuring access to affordable and quality TVET. There are targets there, targets 4.3, 4.5. There is also 4.4 to increase the number of youth and adults with relevant TVET skills for employment. Next slide. Now we come home. University of Eldoret is domiciled in the Department of Technology Education and has been in existence since Chepkwalel University College was a constituent college of Moi University. Of course, before becoming the independent University of Eldoret, and I'll be abbreviating University of Eldoret as UOE. So the center then was based in Moi, and since the coordinating department was in the Department of Technology Education, this department was based at Chepkwalel Constituent College, and the center came to be conveniently situated at Chepkwalel, hence UOE, when Chepkwalel became a University of Eldoret. And the head of the Univoc Center is the head of the institution, and of course our Vice Chancellor, who is Professor Thomas Cheriot. Now, here you can see in the picture form where the Univoc centers are actually located worldwide. Very interestingly, you can see where there, I think there is Europe there. Africa, we have quite a number. And if you are to zoom, you would see where Kenya or East Africa is. So the red dots are the ones that the centers are located, all the way to Australia and so on. But if you look carefully, you can see where there are many red red marks. In fact, sorry, I think the next one is a slide that you might not see much, but I can just explain. If you went to that global map, it's actually alphabetical. So I just zeroed in on Kenya, and you can see the country, where it is located. In the University of Eldoret, you can see where it is located. And if you click on the map, global map, just UNESCO Univoc network, you will see all this from A to Z in the world. You can see where they are located. As per 2025 statistics, Africa was leading in the number of Univoc centers. That means something. I'm sure you can note something there, where we are in TVET systems or technology for that matter. So Africa was leading in the number, followed by Asia Pacific. If you, the dots you are seeing there, you can see Asia and Pacific. You can also see Europe, Commonwealth of Independent States, and North America. And you could see somewhere Latin America and the Caribbean and the Arab states. That's where the centers are located worldwide. There it is. Now, next slide. That's the Univoc member logo. Some Univoc centers have the logo incorporated in one of their logos, in the logo of the institution. I've seen this and mainly at the gate. So if you want to publicize yourself, you could also be permitted to use the member logo. And there are general conditions for use of the network, the Univoc network member logo, which says that, of course, that is determined by UNESCO and cannot be changed without the prior written agreement of UNESCO. We are told that commercial use of the Univoc network member logo is not permitted, and examples of this are given, like non-permitted commercial uses include in the context of the sale of goods and services, or merchandising, publications distributed through bookshops. Those are prohibited. So you need to be permitted. Now, this is where the matter is actually. What do you benefit from being a member? Now, the examples given here are what we have experienced on the ground, just for knowledge. One is, as part of Universal Eldoret collaboration with the UNESCO, the entity called Women at Dior Leadership Program. This organization invited UOE Univoc Center in June 2020 to identify girls and women enrolled in higher TVET training. Higher TVET training, the opportunity to take part. And this organization was created in 2017, which is actually an online mentoring program aimed at girls and women. And the program focuses on 4 key values: autonomy, inclusion, creativity, and sustainability. The aim of that program was to empower girls and women to make meaningful changes in their local communities and businesses. And the program had a modular approach, and all materials were available online which means that the participants could attend and complete courses at their own convenience. Now, following the rigorous identification, the department identified 20 female students, and that was a rigorous exercise, by the way. And this exercise was headed by the then head of department, whose name is mentioned there, Dr. Osea Kiplagat, and the EOE Univoc Center coordinator. 9 of the 20 students from EOE were selected for the training. So we kind of gave a list of 20, but 9 were selected. Now, the 9 students were among those selected from the Univoc centers. Worldwide. So there was an application of 20, and 9 out of the 20 were selected from the Univoc centers worldwide, and then there are 20, we talked about 250 active Univoc centers in 160 member states globally. So there are 160 member states, the dots you saw there, worldwide. And having gotten the 9 students from the Univoc centers, you can imagine how the list went. And the list is given here. The ones who are, the next slide, please. That is the list of the 9, I think there are 9, from University of Eldoret. And this was a big plus for that mentorship program. These students benefited quite a bit. And this is an example of women at Dior. I think this is another, this one was East Asia, I think. The program, the mentoring program that you can see there. Next slide. Oh, that's the one now. That picture is showing CUH, Chinese University of Hong Kong Business School, which is actually a comprehensive university, family rooted in research and community, that at the national level. The third one is capacity building and upskilling. The institutions, the Univoc centers, to apply for leadership programs, entrepreneurial train. Number 4, so that 4 is new knowledge generation, development and testing of guidance tools and resources, innovating TVET, and then entrepreneurial learning for TVET institutions. A practical guide understanding the return on investments from TVET. There is attraction of international students to University of Eldoret, especially the TVET area. This is just an example. In 2008, this speaker met one particular participants in the UNESCO Univoc TVET workshop. And the moment he inquired about what we do at University of Eldoret in Technology Education Department, this, having learned that the department does, he recommended one candidate who was qualified and enrolled to do a master's degree in TVET. And on successful completion, this is the student's name. The student after that enrolled for PhD. Believe it or not, that opened the door to other students from Uganda enrolling to do master's and PhD in the department. And to date, we have This number is small, but it's just an approximate. We didn't get the exact number. So many have gone through the program. Awards. I think awards should be the last one. The UNESCO Univoc International Center recognizes the activities. It recognizes the active centers and awards them with normally the plaques. And so plaques have been awarded to UOE for being an active center. These are 2 in number. Sorry, I think there's something there very crucial I would like to mention. The UNESCO Univoc International Center are divided each other. And I think there was a time the University of Eldoret tried to apply for the UNESCO chair. But again, it didn't go through, but there's no need to give up. There's no need to give up. You can try. We have been told in this conference that even when you apply for research funding, you can keep that proposal and even edit it. Later, it can be useful. So, but there was an effort, though, that I think there was one proposed as renewable energy. This was mooted by a committee under the leadership of Professor Tonui from physics, because I think he's an expert in physics. But this committee, the team listed there, worked on it. It was submitted to UNESCO. It didn't win, but I think there's need to try. Because the two work in complement. And when you win, the universities that have this in their place, they are doing very well. Now, all schools at UOE should be made aware of the existence of the center and participate in relevant activities, such as the ones already indicated there. And whenever proposals come, in most cases, we share to relevant departments and schools to work together. Because University of Eldoret is actually a technical university as well. And all departments have, in one way or another, got to benefit from this. Research proposals, writing guidance relevant in technology should be sought from UNESCO Univoc Forum. I want to leave you with that because that part, the last number 4 there, is very important for researchers, whether lecturers or students. Because when you register in this forum, UNESCO Univoc Forum is free to register. You just Google UNESCO Univoc and it will tell you how to register as a member. And take it from me, you can put anything there that you want in terms of research in any area, and they will be happy to, members of these centers actually will actually speak to you and assist you in a way possible. They will assist you until you say, please stop there, I've gotten enough. And on this, I think that is the end of my paper. Yeah, I think it is. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope that has joggled your mind quite a bit.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm sure we have enjoyed the session. He has really given us a lot in terms of Univoc. Maybe, Prof, there may be people online who would want you to give them a few insights into what you have actually spoken about. And maybe, just to begin that session, I would just want to ask you, you might have told us yes, but you can tell us again how the University of Eldoret Univoc Center how can it strategically leverage on international partners like the ones you have told us and the digital platforms so that we can amplify the visibility and enhance the quality of TVET in this institution and even the country as a whole. Members, I would want to say that Professor has really told us a lot. If you heard of TVET, we know it is very current. TVET, think about TVET, what comes to your head, skills, innovation, driving the economy, and so on and so forth. So it's quite important that we have this discussion even beyond this platform that we are here. I know there are members online who would have wanted to contribute something, but on the ground here, I have one, Dr. Fred Namasaka, who can, before Prof comes, Dr. Fred, you have any input? Please welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, members, for giving a listening ear to Professor Simiu, who has spoken to us so nicely about strengthening global visibility at University of Eldoret. Network leveraging using the University of Eldoret Univoc Center. Now, he's taken quite some time to explain to us what the center is all about. And as I listened to him, I feel so encouraged, especially when he was talking about the benefits that we can get from being members of this Univoc Center, like capacity building and upskilling, and then new knowledge generation and skill development, network reinforcement, peer learning and sharing, partnerships, international students, attraction to the University of Eldoret, and also the awards. And he's made very nice recommendations about making this center to be visible and then also registering. He's given us a way of registering so that we can enhance our proposal writing. And having listened to him, I want to feel that all of us are encouraged to make use of the opportunity that we have at the University of Eldoret to benefit from this center being there. So thank you so much, Professor Smith, for sharing with us. And we have taken note of what you've shared with us. Thank you so much. Moderator, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Namasaka. And I think he is just in support of at least adding something to my presentation. And I think the panel, the moderator, sorry. The moderator had something for me to respond on. And for this to happen, I think it's more of interaction. When you are visible on the forum which I said UNESCO Univoc Forum, that is when you can propagate the ideas and share knowledge. In fact, one of the main duties of our Univoc Center is knowledge sharing. If you have an invention, whether in agriculture, whether in physics, whether in any discipline, and you have come up with it, you share that knowledge. And it could be an innovation, it could be a promising or best practice. Remember those terminologies. UNESCO uses best practice or promising practice. I think promising practice would be like, it is still being worked on until it works finally, and it can be patented. So it's your strength on how to package your questions, and you will get them on the forum just like as you wish it to come. I think for UOE, there are chances that, and this was mooted when, don't quote me on that, the Minister of Education, I think, was here getting some information on how ready University of Eldoret is on the CBE and even CBET. And I think the schools which were represented gave very good ideas on the preparation, and I can see that we are doing well already ahead of others whom I don't want to mention, but at UOE we are on track, and this is elevating us to another level, while we also include this other kind of visibility that we are looking forward to. I think also there's something that about visibility on campus itself. Probably, if we can make ourselves visible where you come in and you see the Univoc Center somewhere in the direction, and assistance is given from that center in a way that we can share those ideas, I think that will also be excellent, a plus for us. Moderator, I think if there are any other things that can be attended to.
Thank you very much, Prof. I don't know if we have any questions, comments, or appreciation from our online participants. You could just raise up your hand so that I would give you an opportunity so that we could all speak to yes, Ochieng. Just unmute and speak.
Oh, thanks a lot, moderator, and thanks a lot, Professor Simiu, for the wonderful presentation that you've made. I have a very simple question. I just wanted to understand how UNESCO Univoc framework can effectively help us adapt to integrate indigenous knowledge systems into Kenya's TVET curriculum. And I'm speaking to the programs that we are offering, so that at the end of the day, we have that intersection. Remember, the previous speakers really talked about what is it that we have in Africa that can help us. And as we think about this, can they also help, maybe from your knowledge, bring on board issues to do with the standardization and certification? Because when we want to align with modern industrial requirements, this is very critical. So maybe you can assist us appreciate that, or we are just focusing on the basic standard systems across the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ochieng. You seem to be in a coastal environment. Any other questions so that Prof can respond to all the questions that are being raised together here? In his almost second last presentation, he had very good recommendations. How I wish that those recommendations could be made running so that we have collaborations running, we have projects running all together. And what I would also ask Prof is that how is the Univoc Center at University of Eldoret mentoring other centers, sub-regional centers, could be around this North Rift region, because I've only seen like there are around two or three others around the country. Yet the country is becoming TVET compliant. You know, our youth are being asked to be skilled so that they could produce innovations. And innovations is the way to go now. Innovations bringing money to the table. Innovations building the economy and so on. Any other question? Online participants? As we wait for any other question, I would want to bring back Prof. And from there, we would hand it back to the Secretariat so that we can be given the way forward. I have been your moderator, Dr. Dina Samiko from School of Education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator, and I appreciate you for very good chairing. Now, a question from Dr. Richard Ocheng, and I know he's a geographer. When he talks about indigenous knowledge and so on. Now, Dr. Richard, I think is for UNESCO, once you are a member country, you are a member of UN, you know, the UN member states. And so there must be this TVET with the UNESCO Univoc International Center being the highest authority that advises on how to go about this. The question you are asking is very straightforward, because what UNESCO normally requires is that you make an application. If you have an issue probably relating to the indigenous knowledge, how can it be escalated to the next level because you have it, you make an application as a member of UNESCO, as a member of UN. And in fact, I think there is somewhere where I said there was a slide what came in like, is it sites? Would you be able to project that bit where there are sites? So in short, you make an application. In fact, and this also goes to the standardized, how do we standardize this, this knowledge? Once you apply, it goes to the conference. The UNESCO conference is where it ends up to. And the member states, the members of those countries that have, for example, even Kenya is a member, you can tell how many members, the member countries that belong to UNESCO, because some are not. And if you looked at the map there, you could see, yes, that map there, you can see where the Univoc members are. I don't know what happened to, I think geographers or historians may know, US, why it is not coming out clearly in this dotted red marks. It means it's not participating as much as it should in UNESCO. It's as simple as that. And probably there are challenges which I'm not able to explain. However, all these other dots you can see, these are member states of UNESCO. They are members there. And so what UNESCO does is brings all these together, all these countries together, representatives from all these countries, and they tackle the problem. For example, if you want indigenous knowledge that exists in Kenya, then you apply, you make an application, and they look at the applicants and discuss it and, make a conclusion and recommendation on that. In Kenya, like those sites we are talking about, they have identified the sites that are actually, is it preserved, or there's a term that geographers use, so that they are put aside and you cannot interfere with the site because it's under guard, is protected site. And so indigenous knowledge is actually part of that. And if you check on the UNESCO website, chances are that you can easily see the indigenous knowledge as well covered there. The standardized way of, for example, now in Kenya we have the National Qualifications Framework. This emanated from the UNIVOC, the UNESCO UNIVOC International Center in Bonn, which requested that all countries should have a National Qualifications Framework Authority. And in Kenya now we have. Of course, it didn't come, it was not there earlier. This came much later, and this was constituted by the government, and many countries in Africa have the National Qualifications Framework, which emanated from the UNESCO, for example, because it was something, a proposal that was coming from many member countries, and they saw it fit that they have to discuss it and pass a resolution. I think that is what I can say, and I turn it to the, Secretariat to that, so that he can tell us the next level of activities. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that presentation. Fellow delegates, participants, we would like to bring this morning session to a close. And I think all of us do admit that we have had very fruitful discussion this morning, and we also had very useful discussions yesterday. We would like to close this particular session, but of course, the afternoon session will continue. Before we close, I want to pass a vote of thanks, and then I will invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic and Student Affairs to close this particular morning session. Before I do that, I want to mention that yesterday, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Planning, Research and Extension, did mention that we will have another conference in the month of September this year, and communication will be sent to all of us. We are preparing the posters, and these posters will come to you in different ways, and we do encourage you to participate in that international conference. It shall be held between 7th and 11th of September. You'll notice that the period is not the usual 3 days, because the organization of the conference is such that it has quite a number of activities that will be very useful to participants and also our students. With that, I would like to appreciate the presenters, our main guest presenters since yesterday. Yesterday we heard from Dr. Moses Alobo, and we do appreciate what he said and what he encouraged us to do. And we have taken note, and I'm sure some of these things that the presenters are talking about are very critical to the extent that they do require more or less policymakers to also be present so that they take note of what is being said. And for that reason, therefore, our participation can have an impact. So I want to appreciate Dr. Moses Alobo for his presentation yesterday. This morning, we have listened from Professor Marcela Mwaka. We have listened from Professor Cecil Ouma, and we have listened from Professor Simwa, as well as Professor Simiyu. The four colleagues have talked about various issues that are very critical, not just for Kenya, but they have talked about issues that are critical for Africa in general. If you listen to their point of focus, they are projecting their discussion to Africa because we operate as an ecosystem, and what happens is very critical. So I want to thank all the presenters for those thought-provoking discussions that we had, and I'm sure we have taken note, and this will be taken forward so that it doesn't just end in this room or in this discussion that we have. I also want to appreciate the moderators since yesterday and also today. We have had Dr. George Aria. We also had yesterday Professor Donna Zotieno, and we had Dr. Gertrude Were, Professor Gertrude Were. We had Dr. Peter Ouma, and this morning we had Dr. Alice Limo, and we had Dr. Dina Samiko. We want to appreciate all those members for volunteering their time. This is very important, and we do take your time very seriously, and for engaging the delegates who presented various papers in the conference. I would like to appreciate the Director of Research and Innovation for this organization. We had a very useful conference. From where I sit, this has been very fruitful. It has exceeded our expectations, and we shall continue building on these experiences because we have learned something today, and I'm sure we shall carry this discussion forward so that for whatever conferences we are going to hold in future, they shall be even more fruitful. So, Director, feel most appreciated for this. I want to appreciate the participants for presenting your papers, for working very hard to prepare those papers that we have listened to and those that we are going to listen to this afternoon. You've done a good job, and we feel most appreciated. Most of us are online. It's a bit challenging how we appreciate you by clapping online. I'm not sure how this can be done. Dr. Ochieng, you have any way of clapping online? Any suggestion? You are the one who spoke last. Okay, yeah. That is very useful. So I think with those few remarks, allow me to invite our Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic and Student Affairs to bring to a close this morning session. But I want to emphasize that this afternoon we shall have online presentations. So those of you who have not presented, please hold on. We shall have the online presentations this afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Nicholas Macau. Karibu, Prof.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm taking this opportunity on behalf of the Vice Chancellor to say that we have had a very stimulating discussion for two days. This is putting University of Eldoret on the world map as a university that takes very seriously issues of innovation, and the papers that were presented by both physical presenters and the virtual ones is a testament to what the theme was all about. I'm sure we are not going to go out of this conference with we are going to go out of this conference with quite a number of issues that will foster more collaborations. I remember yesterday during the keynote address, we went through issues of preparation of proposals that can be funded. And today, I've also been very keen to follow the presentations that were very, very critical in our education. I remember one of the presenters talking about the future of education at university, and I realized that there are so many changes that we expect in our university in terms of academic changes, especially when it comes to CBE, which is an issue that we are following up because we expect by 2029 to have students coming to university, those that are following the CBE program. So this particular conference is making us open our minds on what we expect, on how we are going to change our syllabus to follow or to admit the new students that we expect. Something else that I've really followed is on our students. Our students are very, very keen to follow and also to present papers. And this is very, very encouraging because it makes us believe that what we are offering is very, very important. And I want to encourage our students to be keen to present their papers and also to ensure that they continue preparing themselves for the future endeavors, because we want them to be to take over from us. I want to end by saying that as a university, we are keen to continue with our international conferences, and next year we will have the 12th international conference, I believe nearly the same time. And I also want to thank the organizers for this very, very successful conference for this year 2026. I want to welcome those who will be there, that 2027 will have another very international, exciting conference. So with those few remarks, I want to say that thank you, everybody, and I want to declare this workshop, this conference officially closed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Our DVC ASA. Dr. Ocheng, you can equally give him the claps online. And those who are present in the room, we can give him showers and then give it to him. Thank you very much. Those who are virtually in this conference, we want to appreciate all of you for just creating time. I love the many claps Dr. Ocheng is giving us. They're just endless. God bless you, Dr. Ari. So as we want to break away, those who are here physically, I think are going to get some lunch somewhere. And then those who are virtual, please eat some lunch. we'll see you behind the tent. So I want to close by a word of prayer. Let's pray. Yeah, we'll give you virtual lunch, the way DVCS is saying. Let's pray. God, we come to you in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thank you, Father, for this great day that you've given unto us. And Father, we just want to appreciate you, Lord, that you have given us a platform where we have exchanged many great ideas in this conference. Thank you, Father, for the University of Eldoret. Thank you, Lord, for our Vice Chancellor, the DVCs, Lord, the members of the academic staff, and all the participants who have made this conference a success. Father, may your blessings go with them. We just want to thank you, Lord, even for the presenters who are going to be there in the afternoon, or my Father, as they present their papers, O dear King of Glory. May it be a fruitful discussion. And Father, we still ask you that, Lord, it be a platform where there is a lot of learning and exchange of ideas. We just want to thank you, Lord. As this conference comes to a close, oh my Father, we look forward to another fruitful conference like this one. Because God, you are a God who gives the desires of our hearts. Thank you, Lord, even as we break with us. And Lord, we'll remember to thank you another time when you converge us together. For I ask this believing and trusting in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you. Bye, everyone.